and find something you're passionate about besides Ziggy.
Howdy. Hey, RJ and Dottie and Jerry, Sheba, Cat. No, you're trying to get my sandwich. I already gave you turkey. I say she because he's a fluff ball and he's so pretty. Come here. I have my cards laid out for my video I'm doing later on my other channel for Taurus. So be sure to check out that, your horoscope for the rest of March of 2023. Thanks, Jerry. Hey, Sammy. Do you want to see Don over at the farm with Daisy and crew? He might still be there. I kind of saw him, but I had to change it because it was too much. Thank you, Kathy. You're a Taurus. We'll check your horoscope later. After this live, I'll be uploading it. And let me see. Let me give you a clue here. One is about financial abundance, making it rain, Taurus. Does look like something about finances and new beginnings, but anyways. He was talking about, for the part I saw, he was talking about how alcohol is, how bad what alcohol is. And, now he's like, now he knows with alcohol and he's staying away from it. And then everybody else was like, oh, people need to stop being so hard on Don. And which I don't even feel like I'm hard on him. I just want him to answer certain questions. Oh, thank you, Red. Hey, Kathy Niffin. Not looking rough tonight. And I never got that Cashapp. So, WTF to Boswell. I'm still waiting on that Cashapp. Here, let me pull up my your purse smells like Diet Coke. What the fuck? Plus no cash. Well, I mean, that's why Boswell was supposed to help out with that. Help me get a new purse. Oh, thank you, Brittany and Sammy and Annabella, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm going to bring up my chat here on my phone because some comments don't show up. Those ladies could find themselves testifying for Wells after boys tell everything that happened. Thank you, country girl. It's good to see you. Brittany sent me a Cashapp. Thank you, Brittany. It's very much appreciated. You are very nice to Donnie. What nicer I would be. That's why I don't do what you do. Well, I'm respectful towards him, but that's why I want to ask him the the tough questions. You know, everybody's talking about the Josie interview. I was watching the lab a little bit. That's why I kind of delayed my live, because there was too many people live, and some people were having to go back and forth and with whoever was already live. So I was delaying people a lot. Oh, thank you, Ray. I'm trying to get a man. I'm going to find it in the Summer Wells community of 90% women. Just kidding. We know, you know what? They're a mod on that. I know they made Dawn and Candace a mod. I don't know. It's just over the top. Tina. No, you're not supposed to come in here. Oh God, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Okay, so Athena just broke in. Hey, Dottie. Did you see? Yeah, well, I heard the lab responding to something that Jody Sue said, but I mean, I was in a different area of the room, so I did hear that, and I was like, "What? Jody Sue's in there commenting?" I mean, that's surprising to me, because I didn't think you're trying to get my sandwich. You're just trying to act like you're my friend because you just want my sandwich. I see you kind of like making your way close to my sandwich. I see you. Hey, Giselle. Dawn and Candace are living their newfound fame. I've been thinking a lot about June 14th. And even though some people don't trust Dudley John very, very much, there's still some things that oh, thank you, Jerry. There's just some things that he has to say, some things that are, I mean, some of the stuff he's saying, it has to be true, right? And he mentioned something about how, okay, he mentioned something about how Dawn on the 14th was looking like his dog died or something. What if something did happen on the 14th? I think that actually, or Dawn knew something was going to happen soon, the next day or whatever. He already knew the 14th that Summer was going to get gone. He fired Dudley also that day. That was Monday. Okay, so that it doesn't say. I really, guys, with Marlena was there. Marlena, I know some people don't believe Marlena was there. She wasn't there that weekend. The before, I don't believe her daughter was, but Amber Alert for who? Oh, Gingy, that's so sweet. Yeah, she said, Jody Sue said something about she didn't blame Dawn about not wanting to talk to Ronnie Lawson anymore. No, not on the lips. Aw, thank you, Giselle. Thank you guys so much. Okay, so the weekend before Summer went missing was that party, okay? The kids' party, the slip and slide thing with Marlena's child and Summer. I don't think Marlena was there at that time, but I think she had just left. Then all of a sudden on Monday, Don's looking sad AF, like his dog died, according to Dudley. Then Tuesday, Summer disappears, gets gone. Coincidence? I think not. Dawn knew. Well, something was. Dawn knew. Dawn was already upset about it on Monday. And before that, Marlena had been staying at the house. The one who was caught with all the birth certificates, and it's supposedly the medium in between, or the medium, I don't know, in between the buyer, people wanting children to buy a child, and she helps find children. Supposedly, that's a rumor. And she would just happen to be staying up at the Wells house before Summer went missing, in my opinion, for several weeks, because Fred Hill said it and I believe him. And then Dudley has Jean on Monday. That whole situation happens. You're distracting me, honey. Asked him about the sad pit calling Summer to a week or so before. Yeah, well, he recently just said that, that was, he knew that was the last time he was going to be holding her or something. It's one thing to say, like I said yesterday, it's one thing to say that, oh, I always had a bad feeling that something was going to happen to my child, okay? That's already sus as is. But then and then to have, then say about that picture, oh, in that picture, I was so sad because I knew that something was going to happen to Summer very soon. It was going to be one of the last times I held her. Okay. How'd you know that? I don't think that you're all knowing. It's one thing to have a feeling, but to know an exact date, like that picture was like right before the last picture he has with her. Aw, thank you, Dee Dee. Dudley was fired because he knew too much from gabbing with Don all days at work. I feel like it was asked about maybe on Smiley. Don was going to use Dudley for an alibi. I've still been thinking about that other vehicle. There being another vehicle. Him maybe somehow having an extra vehicle at work. Because he supposedly drove, Dudley says the day before Summer went missing that he supposedly drove the Subaru that day too. Could something have happened on Monday? If it was an accident cover-up, it would have had to have happened Monday. But I feel like so much, he had to. I feel like he had. I don't think it was an accident cover up now. I don't know, God. If it was something that happened on the 14th. A psychosis. What? There was? There was an altercation over her medication? What was that about? He's mad at Candace for selling the Suburban when he was in jail. Okay, somebody just sent me an Amber Alert they just got. Oh, in Maine, Jaden Morrison, 11 years old, taken at roughly 5 p.m. She is 5 feet 4 inches. Dang, she's tall. Isn't that pretty tall? She's 215 pounds with brown eyes and red hair. Last seen wearing a dark blue puffy jacket and gray leggings. She was taken by her mother, Danielle Dyer. Please contact the Oxford County. Okay. Thanks for sending that. Yeah, it sounds like a mom just didn't return after a visit or something. Those are funny. No, it wasn't Dudley being fired. No, I didn't have any. I don't know. He probably, if Dudley's firing, probably had something to do with, Don being really stressed that day because he knew what was about to happen for whatever reason, whether maybe he had already known that Summer got into something and she was not getting better, or he had already knew that there was already a plan to make Summer get gone for whatever. And there's several different ways that could have happened. I don't think intentionally. I don't think they unalived her. I think Don's too selfish for that. He would want something in return for her. There's already been so many rumors about him selling his kids or trying to. So that's odd. Whoever has had rumors about them, you don't hear that. I've never heard a rumor about somebody, he tried to sell his kid. Now we're hearing we have two people, like it was a well-known thing down in Arkansas that he had been trying to sell his baby. That's what that lady came on here and said. She lived with Dawn and Pam for a short time, she lived with Pam for a while and Dawn, I think, but with Candace not for very long. Didn't someone take Marlena's daughter home on the 14th? Was it the 14th? No, 14th would have been Monday. Was it the 14th? That week would be important to know too. She could have gotten to fentanyl. I just feel the thing is, if it was some type of her getting into something, then then where does Andy and Jody Sue play into that? I just feel that Andy and Jody Sue are involved in some way and or know something. I mean, Andy was on that road that day, according to Fred, and why would Andy? What would Andy have to? How would Andy and Jody? Why would Andy and Jody Sue be involved if it was some type of like accidental like overdose or something? Like, would they go and tell Jody Sue and Andy like, "Oh my God, what are we gonna do?" Or is it more likely there's something bigger like a trafficking ring or something? And Don owed somebody money or something. And he's so selfish instead of himself, like, I mean, maybe somebody was threatening to kill his whole family or something, and he had to, I don't know. Hey, Keith. Benny saw an empty pill bottle on Candace's table December 2021, labeled Grandis. June 15th for hydrocodones. What? Okay, well, we'll pull up Don B's here in a second. Actually, might go ahead and do that, maybe. Okay, this is Don B.
All right, guys, welcome back. So I hope you're having a great weekend. Boy, it went by fast. Went by too fast. And by the way, thanks to all my subs and everybody just watches the channel. Best way to support me is just watch the video all the way through. And I want to say a special thank you to Rhonda and Tara for your donation and super thanks. Appreciate it. All right, so let's jump into it here. Was June 15th planned? I think it was. I think it was planned. This is just my opinion. I told you I was going to get on here and tell you what I think happened, and of course, it's just my.
Yeah, that's true. The tree trimmers claim that one of the employees saw Summer in the back of the vehicle that day. So that is true. You did hear that. And what if something if so the day before, if something happened the day before, I mean, as far as like maybe she got into something and she was not doing well, they wouldn't, or something like that, like, and they wouldn't take it. They were kind of watching her because she had been sick or whatever. But I really don't think it's that. I think it's more so Dawn knew something was supposed to happen the next day, and he either it was planned that day on Monday, or I think it was he just knew the day was coming for whatever happened to her. But I really don't think it was like, oh, she got into something. I don't think so. Because it seems like there's several people involved. And to me, I think it's some kind of like some weird type of stuff with children. I don't know how else to say it. And I think allegedly, like Jody Sue, Andy, Dawn, Candace. I don't know. I don't know how much Candace knows, what she was told. Brad with Sean. Similar people are also surrounding this case that surrounded the Trent case. Ricky sings a song and had her up on his Cashapp. He didn't even sing a song. Candace wanted Funny Farm.
Opinion may be totally wrong. But was June 15th planned? Because I got a lot of questions. Got a lot of questions that lead me to believe it might have been planned. So my first question is, was the trip to the hospital, was the trip to the emergency room, was it planned? And as I go down through these guys, they'll start making more and more sense. But again, could be wrong. Was it to get a prescription? Well, it's going to Holston Valley that day to get a prescription for something that would be used for an evil purpose later on that day. Like I said, as you follow me through this, it'll start making more and more sense as to what's going on in my head and the questions I've got that relate to was June 15th planned. Is that why there was an explosive argument at Walgreens? Because if you couldn't get what you needed, then the plan that day couldn't get carried out, could it? I heard there was an explosive argument at the Walgreens that day. Is that why? Because maybe the plan had to get carried out that day, and without that, it couldn't get carried out. Was the stop at Priceless grocery store planned? And my question about the Priceless grocery store was, or is, what went down in the truck while Candace and Grandis was in the store shopping? Did something happen in the truck while they were in the store that maybe did something happen in there that they may or may not have been aware of? Just saying. So I got a question. Maybe y'all can help me out with this. If Summer was given something for a nefarious reason, how long would it take to do its job? If Summer was given something or maybe accidentally ingested something, maybe we'll just go with if Summer was given something, because it fits the title of the video, was June 15th planned? So if Summer was given something, like how long would it take for it to do its job?
I never even thought about, is it possible that the ER visit was planned, like as far as for that specific day to try to get. I mean, I kind of thought about it, but I didn't think about it being just for that purpose for Summer, for whatever happened that day. But that does make you wonder. And I didn't know about this argument in Walgreens. They may have been hoping to get something stronger. Somebody said in the chat that supposedly Benny saw a prescription bottle that was dated for the 15th. I don't know if that's really true, but it was hydrocodones. Well, any addict knows they'd probably be disappointed to get hydrocodone. They would rather have something stronger. Hydrocodone is definitely one of the, lower on the totem pole as far as strengths for opiates. And so, yeah, I mean, it does make you think, did they purposely go to the doctor ER that day to try to get to certain medication? Hey, Sassy. He probably knows that because he is local, and he probably talked to people at Walgreens. Just like somebody was in the chat saying, when was it, yesterday, saying that they kind of implied that they had spoke to people over at Walgreens. Maybe next time I need to put that on maybe try that. It said that Grandis wanted to jump through the drive-thru and attack the pharmacist at Walgreens. Now I have to ask myself why. Oh, so it wasn't Candace and Grandis arguing, it was supposedly a pharmacist? Yeah, it would be very interesting to know what they got at Walgreens. Athena, you're just trying to butter me up. You get food. Oh, that's Louise. Sonic. Yeah. Yeah, but even hydrocodone 10s are not going to. I don't think it would. For the amount. Okay, hospitals usually nowadays only give like 3 days worth. So let's say at the very most you got 10 milligrams. Usually hospitals give 5 milligrams, but seeing that Grandis is a little bit up in age and obviously I guess did have some real true medical issues. Maybe they did prescribe her, 7.5s or 10s or whatever. And that would be every 4 hours, every 4 to 6 hours. So maybe 6 a day. So, 6 times 3 is 18. I don't know if that would be enough to. The Tylenol, like I said, would be really. I don't know how many it would take. What do you guys think in that argument could have been? Grandis was in a bad mood, and I guess this is she didn't get the drugs she wanted. It makes sense. And then we have Jody Sue hanging out at the bottom of the driveway. It's almost like waiting on Candace to get home, which is very strange. Almost like Jody Sue was out there wondering what kind of pills they got that day. Or was there another reason Jody Sue, were you meeting? Did you hand off Summer or something? I don't know. Athena's like really, she didn't want to way back. It was said that Walgreens didn't have the med. Marlena and the birth certificates. That was from wasn't that Lips in one of, or who was it that mentioned the birth certificates? Stop. Your mama's calling you. You better go. Uh-oh. You're going to get in trouble. Uh-oh. You're in troubles.
I thought she was in the kitchen.
No. Can you take her? Can you take her and shut that gate? I am live. Can you shut the gate? She, of course, broke in. Hey, Tanya.
Intended job. Like if you were to give a 5-year-old 500 milligrams, 600 milligrams of Benadryl, how long would it take to do its damage, irreversible damage? You know what I mean? Because Candace said that Summer went to sleep on the way home from dropping Hunter off. She said that to Chris McDonough. She said, oh, she fell asleep on the way home. And her arms were up behind her head, and I tried to get a picture of that. She always put her arms up behind her head like her daddy. Really? Well, I got a question. And again, guys, it's just my opinion and questions. It's just questions going through my head. I'd like to know some answers to. Was the video of Summer in the back seat of Grandis's truck? Y'all remember that video? Probably the last video in existence to have Summer on it. Was that video of Summer in the back seat of Grandis's truck? Was it a it's done and over with video? Was that a confirmation video that it's done and over with?
Like a last video, like of Remembrance of Summer or something. Yeah, possibly. Maybe. Don't act. I already know what you're doing here. Here, I guess I'll give you a bite. Okay. There you go. Good girl. There you go. It could have been, they could have been put in a position where they felt like they had no choice but to do something with Summer, as far as like, you know, you guys can imagine, like, I don't like to say it, sold her or something. That's where I'm going with it. Maybe they felt like they had no choice. Maybe Dawn got them in a pickle again, dealing with these crackheads from outskirts of Knoxville. You know, that tends to happen in that type of world, especially dealing with that type of drug. Well, many of the drugs are. Not any drug pretty much is, yeah, bad news. I'm not saying one over the other, but crack cocaine is definitely a very powerful drug. And if he had been involved in that and getting big amounts of drugs, and if he owed somebody or something, some bad people, that could explain why on Monday he was all sad, because he knew it was going to be one of the last, he knew what he had to do, and he didn't want to do it, but he had to, because they were going to kill the whole family, or he really needed money, so they're going to have to sacrifice Summer. But what did he tell Candace, though? I wonder. But the trip to the ER makes you wonder if that was planned too, to sedate her, maybe so she would sleep through the whole process of being transferred over to people she doesn't know. Dina. Do you remember a lady who came on and explained the hair colors in Shed and Shits and Giggles, I think? Never said Candace was on camera going and coming once they... Candace was camera going and coming once they got back home. I do remember Shits and Giggles, and I didn't know what to think about that one. I don't know what to think about that. I wouldn't put too much weight on that. Dina. You're a sweetie, but I'm trying to do something. You're just... Okay. I think they were really going hard partying, and so I don't know. Before Summer went missing, he tried to sell one of his kids for drugs. Didn't his ex say he tried to sell their son for drugs? Yes. And also I had a lady come on here who stayed at Pam's house. Like, it used to be a place. Pam would just let all the homeless people in the neighborhood sleep there while there was kids there and stuff. Even let them sleep in the shed or whatever. And a lady who claimed to stay there went with Pam and Dawn around the time that Dawn took off with Candace, because Pam started letting Candace stay because she was homeless. And this was in Arkansas. Anyways, that lady that came on here and said that she stayed there said that there was rumors all over Arkansas. Like, she said everybody in Arkansas knew that Dawn was known for trying to sell his kid for drugs. It was like a known thing down there. Like, a lot of people knew. But then we have Pam or Mary. That would have been in Utah, right? So that would have been more than one incident, not just the one incident. Look at her. She sees my sandwiches right here. Jeez. You can't have the whole thing. It's too much. You're just going to keep begging me and begging me. I've already gave you some. Pewee. Did you fart? How could something that cute stink that much? Another good creator said Candace was on camera in St. Clair, Tennessee, walked into the bathroom and then left. Yes, I did hear about that. That would be some of the time gap because St. Clair isn't close. I'm not sure how close it is, but how close is St. Clair to here? I'm going to continue playing this while I'm going to pull up Google Maps.
So guys, these are my questions. That's what's going through my head after I look at the entire thing, what went down that day. Maybe what was going on in the days and weeks maybe before Summer went missing, with CPS being involved. How serious was it about to get with CPS and the law? How serious was it going to get? We don't know. We don't know how serious it was going to end up getting. But we do know that CPS was involved before all this went down. And I don't really care about people's explanation of why CPS was involved or they were closing a case or anything like that. The only thing that matters to me is that they were involved, period. And any information coming from some players in this investigation about why CPS were involved and that they were closing the case, let's just say I don't lay too much trust into what they say. Let's put it that way. So again, guys, just how serious was the CPS investigation gonna get involving crimes? All right, guys. So again, let's go over these questions I've got here. And it all has to do with the one big question that I've got on my mind. Was June 15th planned? Was the trip to Holston Valley Hospital planned? Was it to get a prescription for something that would have been used for evil purpose later that day? The explosive argument at Walgreens. Is that why there was an explosive argument at Walgreens? Because maybe you wasn't going to get what you needed for that day and you needed it for that day? Because if you couldn't get what you needed, then the plan couldn't be carried out?
I would like to know if they really were able to fill that prescription that day. And if not, that's another theory on why Jody Sue might have been waiting at the bottom of the driveway. It could be as simple as she was selling some pills to them. Maybe, do we know for a fact, did they get that prescription? Were they able to get it filled that day or not? Or did they have to contact somebody to get some other pills because that fell through? That would explain Jody Sue, I guess, and maybe count her out of, doesn't mean she knew anything about Summer. But what about Andy being on that road that day? What explains that? They did get it? Hope one day he has something beneficial. Oh my gosh. Appeared to survive somehow, but I'm not gonna lie. Sheriff Lawson did say they passed. Huh? It was on news video clip, and I don't remember which one. I remember Sheriff Lawson. Well, we were listening on. The lab said that he said where people are getting that from is it was Brian Enton that actually said that it came out. We don't have actually it coming out of we don't have it coming out of actually Ronnie Lawson's mouth that they passed lie detectors test. And one thing I did hear though Josh saying on his channel that I don't think is right exactly. I don't believe Ronnie Lawson is over the case anymore. I mean, if you go to the TBI website, it has listed a Officer Allen now. Tony Allen listed. It doesn't have Ronnie Lawson. It's changed like 3 times. It went from, it's changed a few times. Who are you? Wait, what? You never asked what? Never asked who? Get your questions out. Your cards out. I don't want to do that here because many people here are into that. How could Andy and Dawn be at work on Monday the 14th, then also be on the hill to chase off Jackie Dobbs? Jody Sue said on a live that her and Andy was searching for Summer on the 14th. Really? That whole day? Sassy, you don't believe he was at work the whole day on the 15th? I'm trying to understand what Still in the Leather is trying to. Yeah, it was Brian Enton that said it, not. It wasn't. We heard it from Brian Enton. We didn't hear it directly from Lawson. So I don't know. Even if we did hear it directly from Lawson, I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. I think Don believes his own lies sometimes. Can you confuse, like, for those people who believe their own lies, can they pass lie detector test? Still in Leather came in the wrong account. I know. I was like, what? You never asked, who are you? Do you understand? Who are you? Still in Leather? How do you know Candace? Yes, you can, Ivory. You can say whatever channel you want on here. I don't care about that. Athena, you're going to mess up my cards. Caitlin, will you get Athena, please? And shut the gate.
Come on.
Who are you? I'm on camera.
Come here. Come here.
Go get it.
Treat. Come on, go. She doesn't. Never.
Call her out there.
I don't want her.
She is a friend of mine.
Come on.
Oh, they're from the farm. Caitlin, please. She's got your treats. She's got your treats. Look what she has. Oh, she doesn't like that treat.
Yes, she does. She loves these.
Okay, she's gonna get. You can't pull her that way. Go that way. Go. There you go.
It's because I don't give her attention anymore. She's not.
Yes, you do.
Go.
Go. I think the reason Dawn took the car that day was to have been seen. Was it to be seen? But Then she corrected herself saying Jackie Dobbs, then went back to say Summer. Remember, she also said Andy said Summer died Saturday, and Dudley said Dawn was upset on the job the 14th. Man. Is it possible that she passed the weekend before? I mean, there's that video though, and then we have the tree people saying that they saw her laid up in the back seat. Laid up. She couldn't have been deceased back there for days. I mean, right? I mean, no. Yeah, still in leather. What's your opinion on Dawn Wells? Nobody asked you to call in. Who told you to call in? Oh, anybody can call in. The number's on the screen. But yeah, go type what you know. I'm saying still in leather. My number one culprit, I'm speaking mainly on Dawn Wells, and I don't know how much Candace really was told by Dawn. She could have initially thought Summer was going somewhere safe. I think now, at this point, because I think now at this point, she probably knows, but look how she reacted on the first interview she did when Dawn mentioned something about her being in a basement somewhere or something. Did you see the look that Candace gave him? Like, oh my God. You know, it was like she was thinking, what? You told me she was okay. Why would you say such a thing? You know, or something. And that's how. And they saw her at Sonic. I wonder if it was on the 15th myself, but not sure. That Chris said there was footage of Summer on the 15th. Yeah, Chris did say that we definitely have footage of her alive on the 15th. And then if the TikTok video, and then that means there would have been had to been so many people lying about seeing Summer alive that day. I mean, that H would have had to lie. The boys would probably have had to have lied, right? Allie, Grandis. But when we go back to that one, I do believe now Ziggy Valero's exchange with Grandis, and during that exchange her first call with Ziggy Valero's very first time she came out, I do believe some of what she said about Summer being sick. So Grandis told Ziggy Valero that Summer was sick. Maybe that's all that Grandis knew. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe Grandis had no idea that why Summer was sick or what was going on with Summer. Maybe she truly thought she was genuinely sick. Allie never saw her that day. That's what she said, that she said she never saw her that day. She said she saw her in the back of the vehicle, didn't she? And then she went to act like she wanted to hug her, and then Candace wouldn't let her or something. How long have you been talking to Candace still in leather? And why all the exclamation marks? No, it wasn't just Ziggy V. Also, didn't Grandis say something to Emma from Crime Stories Obsessed about Summer being sick that day? Allie admitted to lying about going to the truck. That's so weird. Why would she lie about that? That's just so strange. I mean, I know I've heard that. I've heard that she lied, so, and I don't understand. Only people that lie have something that they only lie to cover something up. So what does Allie have to cover up, you know? It makes me go back to this whole possible trafficking theory or something similar to that. When I say similar, I mean like maybe child P. You guys can figure it out. Because, you know, we had Sherfy Jr. who got in trouble for child porn. And several, I mean, it's a problem everywhere, but could there be something underground going on there so people can make money? No, Athena. No, honey. I heard she was passed out in the bathtub. That's why Candace couldn't change Summer. She was passed out in the bathtub? Well, I'm very sorry to hear about your son. My theory more so is Dawn. Dawn knows. Candace probably knows, but I think what she knows is from what Dawn told her. So I think she did have hope that Summer was, I think she did believe Summer was coming back at first. I could see Dawn telling Candace, oh, well, she's coming back. It's a temporary thing. You know, they're just keeping Summer for this temporary time. And he's not an honest person. He could have totally manipulated her into something that she had no idea what she was getting herself into. I 100% believe that is very possible. He did say that Dawn, he saw Dawn that day, that Dawn didn't go to work that day. He saw Dawn, it was either going up the driveway or down the driveway, and he saw the boys with them. But let's see, what was the other? And what was the other thing? Oh, also, it said, according to Jenna, Candace had confided in her that Dawn was there around 3:30 to 4, which would have been right at the time when Summer, I believe Summer disappeared or was handed off, was 3:30 to 4. And Dawn conveniently was at the Hill that day, according to Jenna, at 3:30 to 4. Because we have those text messages, remember, where Candace is asking Jenna, did you tell people that Dawn was home at 3 o'clock? And she's like, well, no, I didn't say 3 p.m. I said 3:30 or something like that. She said, and then Jenna was like, I'm just so tired of seeing people throw you under the bus, and Dawn's always throwing you under the bus. And I think maybe Candace went along with something at the beginning, thinking that Summer was going to come back because they needed money. First, I believe Dawn got them into something and he had to get them out of it, and he used Summer as the way to fix something, as either a trade. But I think Candace was under the assumption that it was only going to be a temporary thing. And it's probably why Candace didn't speak at first. Remember, Candace didn't even come out and say anything for a couple weeks, which is odd, but it's probably because Don wanted to run the show. He didn't want Candace to mess up his story. He's known to take extended lunches. And surprise, surprise, he supposedly took a lunch that day around 3 or 3:30 or something. But I would love to talk to some people who were working with him on the 15th, because I want to know if he was working side by side these people or if he was off doing his own thing, because I'm really now under this belief that there was another vehicle that Don took off in while he had the Subaru set at his job site. So people would, for one, the GPS would show him at the job site. He left his phone in a Subaru, I'm guessing. That way, look, GPS says he was at work. Well, Don took off in a car he had parked, a couple roads down or something, and went and picked up Summer from somewhere there was a lot of weird things going on June 15th, okay? And it doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, with that Ben Hill Road, there's nothing ever going on out there. Nobody's ever walking around. There's not tons of traffic like Don makes it seem. That's such a lie. I don't know. And I guess it could have slowed down after Summer went, this got gone, because maybe people got scared with all the eyes on the area. But the white truck or the Suburban. We were watching part of this video, Lucy, that somebody wanted me to play it and listen to it.
Again, I want to know more about this stop at the Priceless grocery store. Was that planned? I also want to know what went down in Grandis's truck while Candace and Grandis was in Priceless. What all went down with Summer in that truck while Candace and Grandis was in Priceless? And again, it takes about 20 minutes, I would say, to drive from Hunter's house to Summer's house. 20, 30 minutes, depending on traffic. 20 or 30 minutes. Not counting leaving Priceless grocery store. Going from Priceless to Hunter's house probably took about, with red lights and traffic, it may have took 5 or 10 minutes. So my question is, if Summer was given something, how long would it take to do its job? And if Summer did take anything and it done its job, was that video in the backseat of Grandis's truck it's done and over with, let me repeat that, guys. Was the video of Summer in the backseat of Grandis's truck it's done and over with video? So I really want to know what you guys think. Let me know what you think.
Okay. I don't know if I think if anything, that video, if it had anything it would be more, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I believe that the video really means anything. The only thing I could think of that it could mean is like if Candace knew that was going to be the last time that she saw Summer. I don't think Candace ever thought that was going to be the last time that she saw Summer. I think she thought, I don't know what Don told her. He needs to tell us what he told her. No, you're welcome to speak. We like the different opinions still in leather. I mean, because I do understand kind of your position on it, because I met Candace and I also feel like Don has manipulated her, and I mean, in ways I feel sorry for her sometimes. Yeah. But as long as people are respectful, I don't care their opinion. You know what I mean? If you're for the Wells or whatever, but I mean, Caitlin, calm down. She's being loud. You lurk often. Well, you don't have to lurk anymore. Nobody's going to attack you in here. As long as you don't. The ones that get attacked are the ones that come in and they're usually rude from the gate, from the jump. They're just, they throw out their name calling. But as long as people come in here and they're like, well, they're just state their opinion respectfully and give their opinions on why they believe that they're not guilty, or it's good. It's good for discussion. Oh, thank you, Tanya. He tries. Yeah, he's very good at manipulating. Let's see. What was the one I was gonna? What's that mean? What happened to Candace Bly and Beach Creek? I've been curious about what this is about. Candace Bly.
All the best. I wish you a great weekend. Please like, subscribe, and share this video. What happened to Candace Bly in Beach Creek, Tennessee? What made Candace change? What made Candace neglect her children and possibly abuse them? What happened to her in this environment? Who did she meet? What were the influences upon her life and her decisions with her children? Don Wells has stated that Candace Bly did not bond with Summer Wells when she was born. Why not? What was the reason for this? This isn't normal. To me, this is not normal for a mother not to bond with her child when they're born. I couldn't even imagine. What would be the circumstances behind this decision not to bond with your child when they're born? Was it postpartum depression or something else? Candace Bly bonded with her 3 boys. Why didn't she bond with Summer when she was born? How do you take care of a baby that you didn't bond with at birth? How do you feed them? How do you hold them? How do you love them? Does not bonding mean that doesn't happen?
I have wondered what Candace's deal with girl children is. It seems to be a girl thing all around. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Like with the dogs, she wanted to get rid of all the girl dogs and keep the boys. Well, why was it that way? Why doesn't she keep all the girls and get rid of all the boys? I mean, I get it. There could be other boy dogs around and get the girls pregnant, so that makes sense. But it's just weird because then you hear, I guess, rumors of her possibly having other girl children and giving them up for adoption. Why didn't she ever give up the boy children? Why is it just the girl children? If that's true, that we don't know it to be 100% true, but sure is a lot of rumors surrounding that. She says she knows no other people in the case. Still another says she can only say Candace is her friend, but she doesn't know any other people in the case. Do you talk to Dawn? I'm not going to be mean to people just because they want to, if they are on the Wells side or whatever. It's about finding out what happened to Summer. Some of us are going to believe different things. And at one point I thought, oh, it's all Candace. Is it, oh, poor Dawn. Maybe Dawn doesn't know anything. He seems like such a nice guy and stuff. And Candace seems like so shut off emotionally and like seems to not have much empathy. And that's how I used to feel until I started to notice a pattern with him and everything just came together. And I started noticing a person in Candace who seemed to be manipulated. She seems to be not, she seems mentally to be at like more of a teenager level. Don said it himself on that phone call with the lab. Candace doesn't have any education, any job experience. And so Don, that was a perfect victim wife for Don, was Candace. Oh man, Caitlin's being a loud one tonight. 50-50. It might have been something they came up with, but it was weird. Like, Marlena takes off right before Summer goes missing. Then this whole incident on Monday the 14th of Don looking like his dog died, according to Dudley and John, and him being all upset on Monday, the day before. What did he know the day before? That shows like premeditation, that he knew something was going to happen to Summer. Uh-oh. My computer's gotten unplugged at some... Hold on. Here, let's play this. Why, oh my...
Friday, dive teams joined in the hunt with the goal of fully searching 1.5 miles of rough terrain surrounding family home.
We want to get in there, flip every rock, check every crevice, check every spot.
They're not just searching for Summer, they're trying to find out what happened.
Rest assured that agents and Hawkins County detectives are investigating this fully.
And it took her mother 2 weeks before she was able to give a news brief. Candace Bly, Summer's mother, gave her news brief to Ansley Daniel of WJHL.
Was where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound. It's strange that I've never seen this truck, and I've never heard of it until just recently. But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. I mean, if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her head shaved like me and the boys did.
She tried to shave her head
in
the back and make it, I think you can see it in some of the pictures, and it was getting out of control. So we decided to shave her head off and let it go back long, and she shaved her head so she wouldn't feel bad, and but it didn't bother her at this point. Well, I knew right away that she was abducted. You know, I knew that right away, and that's what I told them from the beginning. But they have to.
Oh man, I had to go. That was D Presents. Here's her link again. Really had such a smug look on his face when he said Don knows what happened to Summer. I think he knew, and his wife too, due to the way she didn't distance herself from a DA at that restaurant. From DA. Oh, Dudley. Okay, I was thinking the DA. You'll do every. Unless every. Yeah. She lost 6 kids, and then, well, possibly more. I do believe Dudley over Don, but what was it that people have found out about? Wasn't there something about Dudley that came out that wasn't that proved that he was lying about something? He was fired. He could be kind of upset with Don, but to lie, I mean, it's kind of extreme to lie about a missing girls case, over being upset, over being fired. And it had been some time had passed. So I'm sure he was upset. There are a lot of vindictive people in this world who want to get somebody back. He could have been vengeful and just said some things just to make Don look worse, I suppose. But what he said about the whole Monday thing and Don looking like his dog had died is really interesting. Why would he make that up? There's no reason for what would make that's not something that somebody would make up. Why would he add that in? Let's see. Locked up, won't let me out. Do I have the right phone number? Oh, shit. No. That's not the. Am I logged into the. What number do I have up on the screen? I might be logged into the wrong number. Dagnabbit. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. So I've missed. It looks like I did miss a call because I accidentally somehow was logged into the wrong number. Sorry about that. Should not. Let me fix it real quick. Yeah, I think it's fixed now. I think. Okay. That was just a test to see if it was working. Sorry about that. You've reached Ziggy. How may I help you? Okay. Who is this? If you don't mind. Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't have to say your location or anything, but but oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, oh, that's a very good. I mean, alley. That's kind of up the alley of what I think possibly happened. Yeah, like she was possibly that could have a lot to do with that ER trip that day. Now, this is just a legend. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. So hold on one second. I guess they can't hear you because I must have.
Well,
Okay.
you can maybe just bring it up and talk about it. I'll let you go.
No. Okay. All right. Well, thank you
Okay.
so much for calling in.
Thank you very much.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
So did you guys hear the end of that? Did you hear at the end though, like before she hung up after I switched to this screen? Okay, okay. Sorry about that. I had to switch screens. Um, that's weird. That was really strange how I had to have it on the screen. Like, sorry about that. Thank you for calling the Zigster.
Ziggy.
Hey, what's going on? Let's make sure everybody can hear this. Can you guys hear the caller? Even though I took it off the screen because I don't want to dox anybody's phone number.
Oh, that's okay.
No, I was telling them. For yours.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
Sherry. Okay. You look really cute.
I want to tell them real quick what the last caller said.
Okay.
Because they had a good. It's kind of right up the alley of what I was thinking. She said, could it have been possible that they had drugged Summer and put her in the shed for somebody to pick her up? Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, maybe that's what I said. And I mean, maybe she was passed out and that way she would sleep in the shed. She'd be passed out in the shed and somebody could just pick her up easily from there. But I don't know. Did Andy go there and pick her and then drive her down to the end of Ben Hill Road? Is that why he was sitting on the road at 3:30? Did he go to the shed, grab Summer, take her down to the in there to meet whoever was in that truck? So everybody's saying hi, Sherry.
I know, I see that. I was gonna say hi, you guys. Yeah, now you hear my voice. It's terrible. One of the things that I said in my reading later on, because I'll do a reading and then I'll get more information and I do another. And one thing I got was 14. I kept saying, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like the 14th month. And I thought, okay, 14th month, she'll be found in August. And when you said, something about the 14th, it kind of clicked. Maybe everybody is down with lying about the day. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was, she was seen on camera at Walgreens on the 15th. Was that right?
Supposedly, that's what that's the rumor. Didn't Chris McDonough say something about that? About how
she was seen. Yeah. But what I want to know is if a little 5-year-old girl in the back seat of a pickup is given a slushy or whatever you call it, hers was either purple or blue, and I think it was purple, but she would have had that all over her face, all over her clothes.
Yeah.
It would have been everywhere. I don't see any evidence of anything like that.
Yeah, I know.
And nobody said anything about when she was changed from her swimsuit to the clothes. Nobody said anything about when that happened.
Well, she didn't we where was it said that she was changed to her back to her clothes over at Allie's, like in the truck or something?
I never heard anything about that.
Didn't where was it stated? I know I heard somewhere that Summer was changed over at Allie's when they got there.
To get her swimsuit on.
No, was it on? Oh, well,
To put her swimsuit on, and that's when she said something about, well, Hunter asked if he could go.
Let's see.
And Candace didn't really want him to go. She was hoping Allie wouldn't let him. But I think you are onto something with the two vehicles. You know, maybe they took one the day before and left it somewhere and then drove back.
Yeah, because I always thought
home.
that Dawn possibly like borrowed a vehicle somehow from somebody at work, but then that would add in somebody else, like another person who would be a witness to part of this. You know, they would come forward and be like, yeah, I let Dawn drive my truck, you know.
Yeah.
But that
So it had to have been like Grandma had a truck, Dawn had a truck, Candace had the Subaru, and she also had that Suburban. So there was an extra vehicle, just like what you guys were talking about last night.
Yeah. Yep. I know. It makes sense because and then he could just leave his phone, you know, in the Subaru, right?
Well,
I mean, do you think that
yeah. So it's not traceable. But I was thinking this from the very beginning when I did the reading in June of 21, when I did my reading on Summer. I said I could see Grandis taking Summer off of the property, like across the state line. They wouldn't go that far to search for her. They would stay in a certain vicinity around the home. Now, Grandma left not long after that. What if she picked up Summer's remains and dumped her between there and where she went?
Now, where do you think that you're saying Grandma? No, where was Grandma go? Where are you saying that Grandma was going? Where'd you say?
Well, remember right after Summer went missing, Grandis took off and went to Illinois or Wisconsin or somewhere.
Yeah, but how soon after? It was a while after Summer went missing, though, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
I mean,
and I don't
guess
think
it's
it was that
possible.
long.
Now, I guess it's possible if she was in something and, you know, they were moving her.
Remember, Grandma had all kinds of totes.
Yeah, and then
And she got a camper shell put on the back of that truck before she left, so she could pack her truck with her stuff, some of her stuff.
Yeah.
So
I think, I do believe she was moved at some point because what Fred told me this last time about, and gosh, that's the main part I want to record it of the conversation. Of course, it just did not work out. I did shed some tears on that, not gonna lie, because it was frustrating. But he mentioned how off on Fields Road, Bernard's other property down there on Fields Road, how there was disturbed ground that looked like somebody, like there was disturbed ground, basically. It wasn't, he said something about it being like, it wasn't that big of an area, he said, but he said it was, he's like, well, she was really, you know, little, how big
she was. And a lot of people say, because I say she never got out of the truck on her own, for one thing. But people are saying that, well, if she was gone, why didn't the dogs pick up her scent? Well, were they cadaver dogs or search dogs? That makes a difference. And if they were cadaver dogs, maybe she wasn't passed away yet, but on her way out.
Yeah.
She wouldn't have been picked up. The scent hadn't been picked up. My reading that I did was, somebody was asking, was June 27th, 21. And it was the first time I ever told anybody about my abilities other than my family knew and some close friends knew. That was it. So that was when I came out publicly.
Mm-hmm.
But, and my video was new. I was new. It sucks. I'm telling you.
Well,
my videos still
have
suck.
to start somewhere. Dawn's sister was there before the boys were taken. You think so? What, Sonia? There is rumors about Sonia supposedly being there at the coming to Tennessee, but
okay, I'm gonna let you go. But Ziggy, you look really cute tonight.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, have a good night. I'll be
Thank
in
you
the
for
chat.
calling in.
Oh, you're welcome. Bye.
All right, bye. I'm looking over here because that's the speaker. Thank you for calling in. Speaker. Well, it's a good thing we got that figured out, the phone thing. This whole time I had it set up wrong. I had it on my other Google Voice number, not my call-in Google Voice number. So, anyways. Thanks, Jane. You guys are, I feel like my face is getting red or something. Isn't it Sonia, that the one who suddenly took a trip overseas when Summer got gone? I don't think I know anything about that. Thanks, Diana. Oh my gosh. Similar Billy's. I spent time on the 1-year date with my spirit box and kept getting told the 14th I was in the cemetery across. Really? Now, you guys, you got to think too. You don't. People don't use their brains like this. She always has something negative to say. The person I just blocked, and so that's why I just blocked her, because I knew where she was just trying to cause issues. But you have to think, nobody's just going to be carrying around a dead body for days. That's not what we're saying. I mean, you got to use your imagination. They're not just like carrying around a body, and I doubt. Now, there's been stranger things happening. We've heard of what was it, that one father who had his dead family in the back of his car, just driving around with it, like nothing to see here. And talk about, the smell had to have been horrendous. I'm guessing if she was moved, she would have been in something. I'm not thinking that she was moved like weeks later. I was thinking maybe like the next day or something. I'm not even sure though that I just keep going back and forth. Like, I don't, about her being deceased and the trafficking thing. Do you assume I was something about not believing the body was still all in one piece? What? Could be when they got back. Grandma took her a nap. Candace said, "Be right back." Left all the kids there. When she got back, something happened to Summer. Yeah, maybe Dawn had her. Maybe it was Dawn had Candace meet her somewhere, and Dawn had somebody come. I don't. Now I don't know. I don't know if I believe that either because. Yeah, because then how would they know if the Grandis had woke up and so I don't think Dawn would have sent somebody up there to get Summer, like distract Candace. Yeah, the nap thing didn't. That is true. The nap thing did come up like way later. You think there has been several moves if she is deceased or yeah. Man, did you think about how me and RJ was talking about the horses and taking all the mountain range like right behind oh here, I was gonna pull this up. Which one is it? Okay, I was gonna see here. St. Clair. How do I mark it? So supposedly, is it this place right here that Candace was supposedly seen in? St. Clair's place? Yeah, this is the gas station. I want to go there next time, or one of the next times I go to Tennessee. I need to remember. Gosh, there's so much to look into. Yeah, Rosemeyer was a longtime friend of Grandis. That's true. She said she was close to home. Yeah, she's probably. I believe RJ's theory that she's in that mountain range, like right around the Wells property over there where Fields Road would have been too. Over the same area that the end of Ben Hill Road would be, where you get into what's it called, Limestone. It's all that same mountain range. I wanted to see, okay, where was Dawn working that day? Jonesboro? I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Rogersville. But they're not in Rogersville. They're like, hold on. Beach Creek. Let me show you. Beach Creek in comparison to Rogersville. Wait, is this the right Beach Creek? No, that's not it at all. So supposedly he was working in the the Meadows of what was the Meadows? Was it in not Jonesboro? Where is that in reference to Bulls Gap or St. Clair? There we go. This is the best way to do it. No, that's not what I want to do. Okay, so that's 110. Mount Carmel. Okay, see where it says Rogersville is all the way here. So 110 Ben Hill is actually right here, where this red part where it was anyways. Right there. And see where it says Rogersville. Rogersville is actually pretty far, even though it's a Rogersville address. Rogersville's all the way over here. If she was seeing at Bulls Gap, that would be all the way here. Now, where's the Meadows? Meadows. How do I keep that red? Okay. Rogersville, okay, that would mean that Bulls Gap would be all the way over here. That would just be so far from Jonesboro where, well, this road right here goes all the way down to St. Clair or Bulls Gap. This road right here, 321. 321 turns into 11 East and goes straight to where Candace was seen. Could Dawn have left, taken 321 all the way over here and met Candace right here at Bulls Gap? I wonder why in this area. Huh. That would have been okay. Well, it would have been an easy place to meet, take an 81 right over and then get off on the 11 and meet him right there. Because 110 is going to be somewhere over here, right? No, Athena. Okay, it's right off 347. And there's that mountain range. She broke in here again. There's Bull's Gap. Okay. She would have had to get on 347 to 81 to 11. But I wonder why over here in this area, if Don's over here in Jonesboro, he would take 321 all the way there, though. It would be at the end of like, let me see what you guys are saying. I can't see. Which one, Kate? How far is St. Clair? A trip to the water park was planned for June 18th. Celeste Maddox's family lives in Bulls Gap. Yeah, she's back up there. I've been meaning to go to the St. Clair store and ask. I've been, oh. Hey, JPG. Okay, let's see. How far is... How do you... I don't even know how you do... Okay, here we go. About 38 minutes. She would take, 347. And then it could take 347 all the way right there. Or you could take 347 to 70. Let's see here. Okay. Be an hour from where Dawn was working. You 11 East. Look at 81. You could have taken 81. Both ways would have been about the same amount of time. Look, there's Ducktown right there. Wasn't there something about Ducktown brought up too? That's over there, right over. Wait, Ducktown. Where's Cook County and stuff? That's Because there's also some weird shit with Cock County. Yeah, you need to go over there. You're really close, Kathy. You're really close to that gas station. Don said he knows of a way that the kidnappers could have went with no cameras. How does he know where they came from or went to? Huh. Yeah, exactly. Cause he knows that because he probably took a route himself with no cameras that day. Thena broke in again, if you haven't noticed. Someone else paid for that trip in Gatlinburg? That is very possible, too. Yep, about 40 minutes to get to St. Clair from Ben Hill. Ducktown was somewhere Scott H. used to mention. Celeste Maddox, she's the wife of Earl Taylor, the guy who was found deceased the next day after Summer went missing on June 16th, 2021. He was found deceased in, I believe, Greenville or something. Pretty close to everything, like Beach Creek, not far away, really. He was found face down there in a creek or something. He was married to Celeste Maddox, but she also was back and forth with him and Ricky Crawford Jr. Well, Ricky Crawford Jr. is the brother of Marlena Crawford. So that just, I don't know. Too close for comfort, but yeah, wait till you're in good health, Kathy. Don't worry about it soon. I mean, gosh, we've been going over this case for in 3 months will be 2 years, so don't get in a hurry. But I'm curious if anybody in St. Clair, like if you happen to go check that out, will know or remember anything about June 15th, which I'm sure they've been asked before. But yeah, try to record it. Keep your phone recorder on or something. Just in case. Oh, thank you, Patty Whack. Knick knack, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Oh, we were wanting to know. So I just got a text asking what I wanted to know about St. Clair. That is supposedly Candace was seen at St. Clair Place the day that Summer went missing. That she went right in the bathroom and right out. So it would have. So if there's somebody there could like tell what time they saw her, you know, that would be great. The time. They have any camera footage? Oh my gosh, that would even be more amazing. But are you serious? Celeste Taylor's? Oh my gosh. I'll have to look into that. Whoever Hunter's girlfriend mom is had red hair. People called her red. Her red, I heard. Well, Earl Taylor, he was also dating somebody. Somebody emailed me about it. They're saying who says they're really good friends with Earl Taylor's sister. And according to her, she said their family, Earl's family, believes it really was like an overdose, that they don't believe foul play. But I do find it interesting. It just so happens to be Earl Taylor just so happens to be have those ties, almost direct ties to Marlena Crawford, because there was a back and forth between Celeste going back and forth between Ricky and Earl. Ricky is Marlena Crawford's brother once again. But supposedly Earl was also dating a girl named, I'll tell you 1 second. They suspect suicide regarding Earl or overdose and fell unlikely. His sister is in rehab. His dad just lay down to sleep and was okay. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself here because you guys are gonna get confused. She told me who else that Earl was dating. The name. It was like an Andrea or something. Okay. Earl's wife ran off with his cousin. All the connection between Earl and the Crawfords is relation. His mother, Mitty, was a Crawford. Earl was struggling severely with addiction before he passed. The day his mother passed, his dad walked in the room and said, I promise I will. Hold on. Here.
Oh, I don't know why she keeps shutting in here.
Because she loves me more.
No, she does not.
No, she knows I have part of a sandwich in here. That's why.
Oh, for real?
So the day his mother passed, his dad walked in the room and told Earl, I promise I will not live a day without your mother. He went to sleep and passed in his sleep. Earl went downhill from there, lost both parents in one day, and had a funeral for both in the same room, same day. He was dating another girl, I believe, named Andrea, but still would make attempts with Celeste. They would get together and split over and over and have multiple children together. I know Earl's sister well. He was making unalive threats for a while. The day he passed, he was not mentally okay. And he made some last calls to family. It scared them, of course, but we're also used to him doing so. About the red truck, the fact that they came out on a press conference and said it was irrelevant to the case and no longer important doesn't make sense to me. Reason being is that TBI stays in contact with the witness. I know the witness who first reported the truck. So I believe, in my opinion, that they just said it was no longer important to the case for some reason, or to throw something. If it wasn't important, why else would they still continue to keep contact and ask about what? I need to ask about that red truck thing because I'm confused about that. But I'm trying to get this person to text me so I can have, maybe a better conversation with them instead of email. Let's see, what's this here? Somebody told me to check out the Psychic Sleuth, that she did some really good readings on summer. Definitely want to check that out. So thanks for sending me that. I appreciate when you guys send me that type of, you send me stuff to check out, because a lot of times it is really good stuff. Anita's China, she played some Sloan Bella, and I almost breathless. I still need to check the date she recorded it. Chat had 2 different dates. Oh, Sloan's? Yeah, Sloan Bella, her reading was something about an older man, like somebody respectful, or that some people respected, like from the church, and then an older, like somebody below him, like maybe a son. Athena, no. You're not going to get in the habit of coming in here all the time. Just because you're the Ben Hill brainiac doesn't mean you can just use your skills every time to break in here. Come here. Uh-oh.
You don't stop.
Oh, be careful.
Put her in her cage. Give her the sandwich.
Y'all got me to 2K subs.
Give her the sandwich so she'll leave you alone.
No. I already gave her some.
But I put her on the cage.
Okay.
I'm going to bed.
Okay, that's fine. Nighty-night. Street smart, yeah. Let's look. Sloan Bella's reading was very early on.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sloan from
July 3rd, 2021. July 3rd of 2021 was Sloan Bella's reading. So only a couple weeks after Summer went missing. Hill smart. Didn't Fred say his junk load didn't get hauled that day because it was too late and he had to use his trailer to go help some guy with a motorcycle? I don't know. Do you guys remember Fred saying something about her helping somebody with a motorcycle? I mean, I can play some of it, but a lot of people get upset when you play psychic stuff. Like, a lot of people aren't into that. Are you guys wanting to hear part of it? She do another. I seen someone comment, what did that say? Christy Motts, who is Mary Sexton's mom, was H's girlfriend, and they live near Ben Hill. Who had a ponytail? Sloan did? She's never had long hair. Wait, what? Who had a ponytail? Are you saying Slim Bella? She's always had short hair. Every video I've seen her in. Are you thinking of a different reading? This one, because Sloane's the one that said something about somebody respected in the community, an older man. And he said something about maybe like a son of his being involved, or like she said deacon. She literally said the word deacon, and it made, oh my God, it's creepy thinking that, you know, Brandon Lawson was a deacon. Christy Mock is Mary Sexton's daughter, Sherfy's girlfriend. Ew, I would never want to. Isn't he is the one that has those charges, right? Are you talking about Sherfy? Christy Mock is Mary Sexton. Maybe you're gummy. Elite Deacon, yeah. Well, we can listen to some of it. It's okay. Like, we're winding down here and about to go here in a few. So I do appreciate to the couple people who called in. Sorry to the First Lady that people didn't hear her, but she makes a good point. She did make a good point about, it's funny how people keep mentioning the shed, and then how many things I'm now seeing that just so happen to pop up, like in the news about a shed and a child. There seems to be a lot of weird things that happen in sheds. I think she's only done one reading on Summer.
At the time the person or the child went missing. That's what I mean by an energetic channeled video. In this particular case, I'm talking about little Summer Wells. Summer was 5 years old. She lived in Rogersville, Tennessee. And on June 15th, she was in the garden with her grandma and her mom. And I think they said she went in the house and then she was never seen from again. Now, I read up a bit, and as far as you guys introduced me to this little girl missing, I don't watch the news. So on one of my lives, you guys were talking about her. And the family of Little Summers is very interesting because it would be very easy to blame the family given their past discrepancies with domestic violence issues on the father's part, the mother's part, all of that. It would be very easy to sort of put the focus on the parents. But immediately and right off the bat, I don't feel this was an abduction by the parents in any way, shape, or form. So Summer's parents are probably enduring some kind of hell at the moment with their daughter missing. And I'm aware that she has 3 siblings, I believe 3 brothers. Now, here is what I got, because it's very, very layered, like an onion. You just keep peeling back things and the energy is very, very layered. I'm going to go to Summer's mother's side of the family first and foremost, because that side of the family has what I will call a familiar pattern that's been handed on down of dysfunction throughout the family, throughout the family, throughout the family. The family on her mother's side has a lot of energy spores that have been stuck on the family's name or the children within the family. And I'm talking before Summer's mother was born, and I'm talking to the great-grandparents and on down. There seems to be some sort of a dysfunctional, I'll use the word balance, that's being played out within the context of this family. And it's continued to roll on down, which is very interesting. It's not interesting for the mother, but when you look at the energy of it, there are so many convoluted aspects to this that it would be very hard for anybody to figure out what happened, because it's a set of circumstances like dominoes or Jenga, when you put them all together like this and they go into a pile and then you pull one out and either it falls or it continues. In her mother's case, this continued on down. And I would almost say that there's energetic tags stuck to the family's energy in kind of in the area of dysfunction. So it was not able to be cleared. Nobody was doing the full healing on the way down the line in that family. As I'm saying this, it's a very interesting thing, because with the lack of, quote, focused healing in a family trauma or event or energy thrown at a family because of a different circumstance. I don't know anything about the background of Summer's mother's family. I don't know like their religious affiliation, but I do get, because the family at some point, and it's probably 4 generations before Summer's mother was born, so it would be her 3 grandparents back from her being born, 4 from Summer's, great grandparents, and on. I feel the family separated from a family, I'll put the word religion or family ideology, and this is what started the breakage of the family. So there have been karmic balances, and this happened with Summer's mother disappearing. This is not a coincidence, by the way. The energy around this, now I'm looking at energy, not like specific people at this point, but the energy around this has continued on down. Now, as I started to focus on Summer, the first energy that I got from her is she was extremely fun, and she was what I would call a precocious child. She loved to have fun. She loved to play. I see her liking to put her boots on. This has something to do with the day that she disappeared. I feel she knows the person that she went with. I feel she went close enough to this person to get abducted, meaning she went over to a car, over to a truck. I actually see a truck, and I see a truck with like a handyman things on the back. I don't know if that means a ladder or tools or paint buckets, but it's interesting. The driver of the truck, I feel, is different from the person who abducted her, who I feel is different from the person who orchestrated it. So I'm getting like a lineage of 3 different people. So I feel.
Wow. At that point, was there anything out about the red truck? Because once again, this reading was posted July 3rd, 2021. And the whole ladder thing, that's kind of interesting that she mentioned that, but if she heard it in the news, it's kind of hard to. Let's look. Red truck, Summer Wells. The truck thing was released before this. Here's an article from June. Yeah, June 26th. There's something here about the red truck. So, that would have been pretty interesting if she would have came up with something like that without hearing about the red truck. But I know she said she could have still heard in passing from somebody something about a truck. Todd Segal. To offend people, be less afraid to offend people. Yeah, it's hard, Sherry, but eventually you get to that point on YouTube. If you do it consistently, you eventually get to the point that you learn that there's going to be people that like you and people that don't, and you're always going to offend somebody. So it's like a losing battle to even attempt to try to not upset anybody. Just be yourself and do what you feel is like the right thing, and it will all work out.
that it's very, very enmeshed with different groups of people. Now, the dysfunction within this family stemmed from both sides. I mean, that's most people, most human beings. But in Summer's case, she was very free and easygoing. She's a child. She's 5. She liked to wear these little boots, and she liked to go down. I'll use the word like a pond. Where I grew up, they have ponds. It's not the ocean. It's like where tadpoles live and frogs live. She kind of liked this thing. She was a little bit of a tomboy. She liked to get dirty. She liked to play like that. She was very physical and fun, and she laughed a lot. She giggled a lot. And then she was also very observant and very well aware of boundaries that she needed to avoid. This is what I get. So she, to me, was going to end up being a psychic child. When I use that term, I'm using the term for a child that grows up in a house that's somewhat dysfunctional, with a lot of adult concepts introduced early on in life. So I see this with Summer. I see this with her energy. What I do see, and it's very interesting, somebody took her down to a pond or a stream. I can't see if it's a round pond or if it's actually a stream. What I can see, or the image I got in my head, was of green leafy, and it always reminds me of corn dogs on a stick, bulrush. You know, the bulrushes, for those that live near ponds, the plants that come up and they have the brown end on the top, and it's like a swampy bulrushy, but it's more an East Coast type of a thing. So I get the connection like that, the swamp, the pond. Anyway, I feel like she wanted to play like that. I do feel like she was summoned out of her house. This was an error in her judgment. She's 5, but for some reason, the person that summoned her, she knew this person. Okay, now here's what's interesting. I kind of cross over when I'm seeing that. So it's like the images kind of fold over. I see her 3 siblings, and I'm not sure how old her oldest brother is, but this is somebody that's like her oldest brother. This is somebody who is either acquainted with her oldest brother, familiar with the family, connected through the oldest brother. This could be school, after school program, baseball, basketball, scootering, dirt bike riding, whatever it is. I get a connection. So this is somebody that has communicated with Summer's oldest sibling. Then I flash over to the picture of Summer in the paper where she had her head shaved because of lice. Now, any of you that have little kids, myself included, when I had my little kids, there was always a lice scare, even in the city, even in Burbank, lice scare. The school's calling your home saying, somebody came to school with lice, and then all the moms are freaking out. Me, I'm looking through the kid's hair going, do I really want to shave the kid's head? Probably not. So I'm just going to put some whatever deters lice in their shampoo and just try to do it that way. But then I would get creeped out and wash all the bed sheets. So the lice scare is a real thing. In this particular instance with Summer, I get this a little bit differently. I see immediately with the shaving of the head, power and control. She was being prepared for something. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's say you have a child, and this is hypothetical. Let's say you have a child and you do a lot of drugs, drugs where you smoke and light a pipe, right? So your mind, you got a room full of people, you got a house full of people, you kind of float off because you're really high. So you get out of your energy field. You're not focused on what's around you. You're just enjoying the high. It feels euphoric. So you're choosing not to see why your child is being prepared. You're choosing to not see it because it's triggering something in you that you haven't worked out. So you turn around and you don't look. You deliberately don't look. Summer's hair, from what I'm feeling, was shaved in order to teach her a lesson. She spoke out about something. There was a speaking out of something. So her head got shaved. The lice is a good story, and it could be possibly part of that, but that's not what I'm getting. So, but again, all kids are said to have lice. Like all of y'all probably had somebody call and say, so-and-so has bugs, shave your kid's head.
I don't know. Do you guys really believe that? Yeah, crack. That's exactly what I thought, Heels. But I'm not sure if I think anything of the head shave thing now. I don't know. I don't know if I really believe it was a preparation to something. What would that prepare her for? And I thought immediately H when she said, somebody like that was close to the family. Who else could be that attached to the older son? Unless, I don't know, did Damien hang out with the older son? Probably not. There's too much of an age difference. I wouldn't think so anyways. But see, if she was prepared for something, then she had her head shaved for how long before she went missing was her head shaved? And isn't that picture when she went to the dentist was her head shaved. I mean, I don't know. Well, was her head shaved around the time Jose was there? For the first time, I mean. Because that would be freaking extra weird to me, because that whole trip is so suspect. And something that Sloan Bella said here about the person who was driving the truck was different from the person who orchestrated the whole thing, and was different from the person who abducted or took Summer. So the person driving the red truck, or well, shit, we don't know it was a red truck. She mentioned a truck. The person driving a truck, and the way she said that it could have been, could that person not known what they were getting involved with? Possibly. April 2021. Where's that? April. So two months beforehand. Rama said when she first seen her, it was shaved. Shave her hair off to keep her look from looking like a girl. That comes up in my mind too. But why? Oh yeah, I've heard the head shaving being a punishment. I've heard several people think that. But would it really be I don't know. I don't think it would really be a punishment to Summer. Would she really care? She was around all boys. She didn't play with girls that often, so she was a tomboy. So would she even have really cared if her head was shaved? She was surrounded by boys, so I don't know what Tries to put Robin's hair on her head. Huge dark circles around them. Yeah, that could have something. Yeah, I don't know if I think that the hair shaving thing was anything to do with anything just besides lice. I think it's just the easy way to get rid of lice, just shave the kid's hair. Satanic ritual abuse. You know what? Well, Eve, I hope not, but it was right around the summer equinox or whatever it's called, summer. And that's in a week from 6 days after Summer went missing would have been the summer equinox, which is a huge day in these satanic ritual abuse and stuff like that, where they do sacrifices and stuff like that. summer solstice. Shave at different times like it was for discipline. Yeah, I guess that's a good point too. We'd have to see if all the kids' heads were shaved, or was it just Summer? Because if Summer had lice, then the boys probably did too. They had long hair.
Just a thing that goes around sandboxes, playgrounds, etc. But this was different with Summer, and she was being prepared. The wording that I heard, and I've tried to do this video, I always say this, but I really did try to do this video 3 times, kept getting interrupted. But the wording that I heard, okay, was an elite deacon. I went back to the month of March. So in the month of March, April, Easter, this is being thought about since that time frame. This is something that's been working in motion, in conjunction. This is something that has also been going on in Summer's family between her and her siblings. Again, elite deacon. I went back to the month of March. So kept getting interrupted. But the wording that I heard, okay, was an elite deacon. I went back to the month of March. So in the month of March, April, Easter, this is being thought about since that time frame. This is something that's been working in motion, in conjunction. This is something that has also been going on in Summer's family between her and her siblings. Again, I'm not going to say it graphically, but there's dysfunction within the family unit. Now, keep in mind, if one kid slaps another kid, it's usually because somebody's slapping one of the kids. If one kid abuses a kid, punches them, stomps on them, sexually abuses them, it's because somebody's abusing that kid, and it gets handed on down. In this particular family, I feel the dysfunction comes from both sides. Neither side, mother or father's side, was hearing what was going on. It is not their fault, though, because I don't feel they're the ones that orchestrated this. I feel that there is a connection in a different way. And I feel that there is a theological or religious aspect to this. So in other words, somebody from that group of people, which comes from the father's side of the family, meaning the father's energy, not his side, what the father does in his life, the father's energy, it's connected like this. The church was watching. I really get that. So it's handed on down. Okay. Again,
I don't know. The only thing she really does, the way she thinks though, that the parent, she takes blame away from the parents though. But it does kind of go along with, I think she leans more towards having to do with Dawn than Candace, but she says that they didn't orchestrate it. Gosh, I don't know about that. And the deacon, well, who do we know that was a deacon? Brandon Lawson was the only one I can think of. Or could Andrew Bernard be an elite deacon of some type of satanic church? I've always believed that. I truly believe Jody Sue is involved with some type of dark witchcraft or satanic dark. Some were showing signs of fear with every male that came near her, a real fear. One time I saw a woman hold her down when she wanted to run away from one. Oh man. Who knows what they... So basically, Summer was getting abused, but the parents just chose not to do anything about it. Remember what Fred said about yes, saying it was a sacrifice. Was Rick Crawford at the church before he passed? The one by Brandon Guy's house? Are you talking about Buram? The one that was that Brandon's guy, the one by that Brandon guy's house. Are you talking about Buram Church, the one that Brandon was a part of? It's something to look into, what Rick Crawford, what churches he was involved in. But Rick Crawford, according to Fred, claimed he got that from Dawn, that Dawn came to him like freaking out and saying he regretted it, and he sacrificed Summer for their sins, and it's weird how he always talks religion now too. So I totally believe that there's a religious aspect, and if it's a religious aspect, then this means that it was planned. She's saying all from March to April. You know what's crazy? Somebody, who was it that said in the chat that her head shaved the first time around March or April or March, or I'm sorry, around Easter. Frank Light's alibi was Burham Church, was it? Oh, shave their heads to avoid hair follicle test by CPS for all four of the kids. Oh, I didn't think of that. The House of Prayer, the Church of Prayer, yeah, the House of Prayer. Yeah, that's right. Rick Crawford had ties to the House of Prayer, I think. But couldn't they take hair sample from their arms or something? I'm not sure why you can't rewind. They could do blood work. Well, except the fact it only stays in your blood for, most drugs they would use would only stay in the kid's system for 3 days. So
the word elite deacon. I don't know what or who the deacon is. Then I get 3 men. There are 3 men. I want to put the person in the church. I want to say a grandfather figure, but not a biological grandfather. So this is somebody in the neighborhood that people look up to as a grandfather type of figure. I also want to say that there is a connection to the oldest male sibling of Summers. And the connection is to another boy who would be within proximity of age. That could be within 5 to 10 years of the older sibling's age. So a kid, but maybe an early adult. So I want to say the connection goes like that for me. Now I'm looking around the energy of Summer, and I'm having a hard time figuring out where she is. I do know that she left the house willingly. She skipped around the side. She skipped around the side and she skipped over. I can see her talking to somebody, and I can see her grabbing a bucket, and I don't know what the bucket's for. I can see her grabbing a bucket. So it's like if I said to you, let's grab the bucket and go feed the dogs. Let's feed the horses. Let's feed the chickens, whatever. I see her grabbing a bucket. Now it's interesting because all of her siblings turned a blind eye to her leaving. The grandmother and mother turned a blind eye, as in it just wasn't thought of at the time. And that's very easy to get immersed in your own stuff, not pay attention. I've done it many times myself when my kids were little. So there's this feeling of like nobody's paying attention as the energy is surrounding Summer. She was coveted for a reason. So there's a covetingness of Summer. And I am hearing that they're going to try to make it one person's fault, but it isn't. There's 3 of them connected to it. And it was specific. It was planned out. She was prepped with her head being shaved. That does not mean the person who shaved her head knew anything about this. It's more of an energetic thing. So I want kind of to this is a very interesting case. I want to kind of explain that when an energy comes into a person's energy or etheric body. So if I throw my energy over onto somebody, if their intention is stronger and it's gathering steam from behind the scenes, it can cause a lot of damage to the person. It can cause a lot of damage. So in this case, Summer was being set up and prepared for this. She was prepared. The camera's going crazy again. She was prepared for this. I'm literally trying not to move so it doesn't do that, but it's doing it. She was prepared for this. Her hair was shaved for this reason. She was in the process of being prepared. She was laid down on something. This wasn't really an accident. This was a thought out plan to grab this child, definitely abducted. I do feel like the oldest boy sibling, and I don't know those kids' names, understands or thinks he knows what happened, not because he saw it, but because he knows it, like he's thinking about it and it's thinking. So I do feel that. I don't feel like she was struggled out of her house. I don't feel like anybody put a bag over her head and took her away. But what I do see is that after she was taken, something was put over her face to make her sleep. I do see that. So when I'm looking at her energy, this is a child that was willing to go without thought. She's 5, okay? She's 5. She's playing in her house. This shouldn't be happening. This should not be happening. The city is blocking something. So the people in the neighborhood are blocking something. Obviously not all of them, but there is a block to what's going on until the energy clears. This is something else. It's like if you draw a circle around a
She believes abduction. She said definitely abducted. I don't know, because why was Dawn so upset the day before? And because I'm thinking when she says definitely abducted, that somebody lured her away. It's so far. I mean, unless there's truth to like Damien, like sneaking around in the woods near the wells. I mean, maybe maybe he possibly. I just don't know though. I don't. And the way she's saying about the head shaving, I just can't get into that because she's making it seem like it was something spiritually, like something spiritually made the person shave. That's what, and I just can't get with that. She's getting us confusing as the actual case. Oh man. Yeah, it's really hard. I will, the way I interpreted this reading though from Sloan, she does later on, I think she does put some blame on the parents, but she says neglect. She said I think that's what she said. She was blamed that the parents are culpable, or at fault, but for neglect, for not like paying attention to Summer, for really not caring what really happened. No, St. Clair Place. It's actually in Bulls Gap, Tennessee. Well, we got to prepare. I don't understand that prepare for. Me either, but it's awesome. Sloan Bella probably also knows it's near the equinox or the summer solstice. I'm sorry. So maybe she already had in her mind that it was some type of ritual abuse, like somebody took her for to sacrifice, which is horrible to think of. Yeah. No, I can get on board for some of it, BB Diamond, for sure. I know what you mean.
child, let's just say, if you draw a circle around a kid, like you're playing some kind of game and you put the kid in the middle and you set a ring of fire around the circle. So on the outside, you dig a trench and you set the fire around there and the fire rises up really, really strong. The child can't get out of the circle. Look at the fire as energy and people's intent. Look at it as prayer and intent of focus, and look at the child not being able to get out of it. So until that energy has been backed down, the information about where Summer is going to become very convoluted. It's going in different directions. You will not hear about it for a while. I do feel they know what happened to her. Somebody knows what happened to her. And I'm not talking about in the family. I'm talking about in law enforcement. There's a feeling of like, we know what happened to this little girl. And I do feel that's going to come out sometime around mid-August, like the 18th. But then I'm jumping into the Christmas season again, and I'm not understanding what's going on. I'm hearing denials. I'm hearing people talking. There's some sort of a woman stepping up defending what appears to be like her son, and it's not Summer's mother. It's somebody else's mother with blonde, kind of wavy, and not blonde like my hair, natural blonde hair, or like sun-kissed hair, brown hair with like highlights from the sun, kind of a red face, so a little bit Irish looking woman. And I'm seeing her, kind of a sunburned face. I'm seeing her and she's yelling at people for thinking that it's her family member. And this to me feels like a child. So she's defending a child over here. This I see, it's very strange. So I split on it and I go in 3 different directions. I'm going to say it again. Elite deacon, grandfather figure, oldest sibling, male acquaintance of older sibling is how I want to word that. Not known to the older sibling, like none of this was discussed. He has nothing to do with it, but the levels of deception in this family are interesting, and both parents vibrate a little bit differently. They vibrate in opposition to each other, so it's really hard to get concise conversation. The mother, there is an unwillingness to see certain things. So maybe I befriend you, maybe I flirt with you, maybe you're 20, maybe you're 25, maybe you're 19, I don't know, whatever it is. I flirt with you, I'm high, I smoke this pipe, whatever's in the pipe, I don't know, but I light it with when I see it in my head, I light it with a cigarette lighter, and then the eyes glow and the room goes dark and it's like fire. So it makes the brain go fire, and I don't know what that is, but I see that. So let's say the mom, she hanging out with some people that maybe aren't her age or whatever, due to whatever reason that is. And she invites them into the environment. So there's an environment around her children due to her own actions. And this goes for the father too. People that are doing the drinking and drugging around the kids invite different people who maybe don't have your kid's best interest at heart, or they open the door for somebody who's looking for a target. And that's what I feel Summer was. I feel she was being prepared. But it's interesting because it goes to the mother's side of the family, meaning the lineage, the history of the ancestors of the mother's side of the family are energetically what that family is trying to break free of. And they keep trying to do it. And then there's a counterbalance, which removes family members from that side of the family. So there's like behaviors over generations of dysfunction that were brought into this marriage and then brought into these kids, and now the kid is missing. That's no.
Well, we know SA runs very, very deeply in both sides of the family. Very, yeah. So when she was mentioning a blonde woman defending, I immediately thought Jody Sue. I wouldn't say Jody Sue has like a red face or whatever, but she's not going to be spot on about everything. If this is possible, I have an open mind. So, but some of it's too out there for me, like the whole energy thing. I don't know. Like, how could a parent, if a parent shaved the child's head, how could it not be? How could the parent, and she's being prepared for something? How would the parent not know? I don't know. It doesn't. I don't believe like an energy took over one of them. Now, the drug she's talking about to me sounds like crack cocaine, which is like the devil's drug. It's a very, very powerful drug. The red truck found a bandit also came up to their place at 101 Ben Hill. Which red truck abandoned? too, and said till she said Irish. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Blue Roof Dawn's house. That's where the child, well, he's not a child anymore. He's like 18 or 19 now. But yeah, according to Marlena Crawford, Candace was having inappropriate relations with a kid that lived right there on the corner of Beach Creek and Ben Hill at that Blue Roof house. Right? Andy's father. And then there's also rumors about Andy's father being a Mason. I don't know. Remember, Jody Sue and Summer had the same haircut at one point, shaved just on the one side. Oh, did they have it both at the same time? I do remember Jody Sue having that haircut. Whatever it is so powerful that Candace passes out. Why do you think that she passes out? It will make you pass out. It does make you pass out. For some, yeah. People try to hold their breath. Yeah. It intensifies the high. It's so short-lived, but it's so intense. And to intensify it, sometimes people hold it in. I've seen people do it. Or they'll have somebody push on their chest so that they can hold it in easier, as long as they can, and let go. And sometimes a person will collapse and pass out. Yeah. You don't think the Mason thing's true? Oh, the Mason thing yeah, probably not. I don't know about that either. I was thinking you meant like I was thinking you were saying the kid's name was Mason who lived on the corner there that Candace was having inappropriate relations with. She had inappropriate relations with a lot of, and when I say inappropriate relations, I don't mean that she was like, she had to be sleeping with them all or doing anything inappropriate with them all. What I mean, well, she was doing things inappropriate, like I think she was like partying with these kids, like she was one of them. You know what I mean? All the little girls in Allie's Facebook had that haircut. Wow. Tony Hammonds was involved because he's take their older boy within a couple. Yeah. Was it an older boy? Was it an older boy or a girl? He deleted his Facebook. I don't know if it was immediately because I saw his Facebook. I haven't checked recently, but he doesn't have a Facebook up anymore. I'm talking the funny face, Brenda.
No one's fault. None of us have a manual on how to live this life. But it's interesting because that's almost, I would use the word like a generational curse. I'm very hesitant to use the word curse because I don't actually believe you can throw curses per se the way it's described. But I want to say this is an ancestral kind of a X marks the spot. I want to say this is like a generational ancestral belief system that this family has been trying to shed for years, as in change the dynamic. And every time they change it or go against it, it feels like somebody is removed from the family. And it's very interesting because when I look at the mother's side of the family, and I believe it was her sister that was never found. They don't know where the sister went. It's the same cycle being repeated. That's what it is. But it goes back generations before either one of those girls were born and before Summer was born. And it's the father's side of the family has a different kind of dysfunction. And that's a belief system, and the two clash, and it's that energy that's making the circle around Summer and the fire around Summer, and it raises up and it holds her in. So this is a little bit different than what it's being presented as. But again, I see 3 people. The day she disappeared, I see her going up to somebody, and it seems to me to be a lighter colored truck that's like a handyman truck. So somebody with a ladder or paint buckets or hammers and tools or wood or, you know, stuff like that in the back of this truck. So it's like a Toyota something. It's not a huge truck. It's like a Toyota whatever truck, but it feels like that. That's a lighter colored truck. That's just how I'm seeing it. When I look and I ask about Summer's energy, I'm feeling another weird thing I'm going to say. They tried to keep Summer like you would keep a pet, to feed her, to keep her connected. But I'm almost feeling when they find her or understand what happened to her, there's been a mass cover up. Everybody's scrambling to distance themselves, to get away, to remove things, to take off, to hide it, to not be caught. This to me feels a little bit like the child transitioned, but I'm not feeling from Summer on the other side. So I'm not feeling that, but I'm not going to allow myself to feel it. So I shut that down. But this is how it's sounding to me as I'm saying it. I feel like this little girl literally was targeted. She happily went out of her house. Nothing scared her. So she knows this person. Nothing scared her. She wasn't kidnapped by, you know, scary guy in the bushes, scary guy in the truck, you know, rape van. It's not that. This is somebody. The person that came by Summer in what I want to say is like a Toyota truck. The person that came by Summer and picked her up, talked to her, was sent by someone else who was older. So like an errand boy, a runner, a person that does errands for you, your handyman helper, works with his dad, carpenter, handyman, something along these lines, fixing houses, painting, but I get paint buckets. So that could be somebody who's a painter in the local town, or they were just fixing up something in their house and carrying stuff. I mean, we've all done that too. But I do feel this. The person in the truck was younger. I'm seeing older, somebody, let's just say somebody in their 60s, church deacon. I don't know what a deacon means exactly. I don't know what church that belongs to, but church deacon. Grandfather figure who I take to be older. We'll just put them as a grandfather age, say 70. I mean, you can be a grandfather at 50. We know this, but I'm going to put them at the traditional grandfather age in their 70s. And then I'm going to put somebody about the age of 17 through 23. I feel all 3 of these men are Caucasian. And I feel like Summer knowingly knew the person. So this is somebody who betrayed another person who knew them. This is a betrayal for some, but there's a reason for it. Like there's a reason. It's like I'm getting back at you. This is a betrayal of some kind. This is a betrayal to Summer. It's I'm getting even with you. So that is my quick video on Summer Wells, the missing 5-year-old from Rogers, Tennessee. And the only thing I could say is to pray to elevate the energy so that Summer is found wherever she's found, and that she is found and the people are held accountable. But there's what I'm hearing is that there's a timing in this and there's a reason for this. So the timing of this has a lot to do with other circumstances. I do feel something's going to come up in August though, like around the middle of August, but around the 18th is what I'm hearing. I do feel something will be revealed at that time. Somebody be chased down. I feel like it's starting.
What was the date that the boys were taken? It was in August. Let's see. Summer Wells brothers taken from Don Wells and Candace Wells. No, it was July 26th. Well, that's the date of this article anyways. It might have been a little bit before that. So actually, what happened in August? Did anything happen in August 2021? Does anybody believe Jenny Sue heard a scream? No, and it's like, why would she want to lie about that, you know? August 18th is when about August 18th is when 423 Chase came along. When she said the timing has everything to do with it, it makes me think again of the satanic ritual abuse and the summer solstice. Well, see, mine shows that it was started like way before I started doing videos. So he could have made the account on June 4th, 2021, but when did he start actually going live? Yes, he did have a son. In Rick Crawford's obituary, it said retired from general paint service. He was 63 when he passed. Did Rick have a son? Yeah, Ricky Crawford Jr. was one of the sons, yeah. Who was dating Celeste Maddox, who was the wife of Earl Taylor, who died the day after Summer went missing. And yeah, that's how Rick Crawford and Dawn crossed paths. They worked together at one point. And according to Fred, they even ran coke together before. It's not the video. I think it's the only one Sloan Bell has done, so it had to be somebody else. Unless you're talking about what's her name? What's the other lady that everybody used to bring up, who claimed that Summer was taken was used in a snuff film? It's horrible. Yeah, Donna Serafina. Yeah, I'm not going to go over that one again. That one's been going over so much. And some of it I relate to. Some of it I don't know. We've just gone over it so much. Sweetie Pie Lowe is, she's not a psychic. She's just a creator. But she did, she was the first one to put out Donna Serafina's videos on Summer. Isabella. Well, there's a lot of people that have done readings on. Here, I'll look while I play the rest of this. It's almost over.
To happen right now. I'm sure it is behind the scenes, but then I'm also seeing the counterbalance to that that's causing the chaos and blocking the information from coming out. So it seems like the energy is going like this, back and forth, back and forth. So you can't really go around it yet. So it's like a tug of war with the energy. I can tell you this, Summer is protected. She's in the light, as in I see her illuminated around. I see her illuminated. Whatever is going on with the energy of Summer, she is protected. Okay, so even if the circumstances are that she transitioned out of here, which again, I'm not going to answer. I think you know what I'm saying. I'm trying to talk around it. But anyway, if that were the circumstances, I feel that she is protected and she is being watched. There is an element of that. She really liked flowers. Like she was very interested. So the gardening is very interesting because she really did like gardening and she likes flowers. And she liked these little boots that she wore and these little shorts that she wore with these little boots. So she could go down and like play in the muck is what I get with this little girl. She's a really nice little heart. My guess is that she is a healer and was meant to come here and to actually fight to break the family free of this, again, I'm using the word curse, but I don't know how else to word it. This generational dysfunction.
Now that's something I could believe if the universe, if it's true, I could believe somebody being put here for a certain reason to stop that curse and to save the other boys and future generations. Summer did do that. She did save her brothers and probably future generations. Because the boys are going to end up having kids, So these future generations now are going to actually have a chance. So I can sign on to that, but that's, of course, a whole spiritual thing, and then it takes off the fault of some people, though. You know what I mean? It's like, well, if it was meant to happen, I don't know. But I do think she saved her brothers. And are you talking about ancient knowledge? She wears her hair up. Huh, I've never watched Isabella. Isabella Johnson? I've never seen her before. She has a braid. Oh my God. Hold on. I saw this. I was trying to show you guys this thumbnail of Alex Murdaugh and how ridiculous he looked, but I can't. Wait, what? Watch the interview with the prosecutor in the Alex Murdaugh case. Waters, he throws the same hand sign as Ronnie did in his. Wait, what? Let me go back and. Doug showed the Candace phone screenshot Don sent to him way back. It was June 4th, like a dry run. Yeah, I remember something like that. Like it would seem like it was from the day that Summer went missing. It seemed like a conversation, like it was from the day that Summer went missing, but it actually was before. So it was really strange. I do remember seeing that, and that was odd. Secret handshakes, they're involved in a lot of crazy stuff. Oh, you guys are talking about the Masons. Yeah, it's very possible that I've been trying to find a list. Like if you go on, there is like a website that you can go on and look up like members of the Masonry. But I think only like some people are listed. I don't know, BB. She's never had her hair up, though. I mean, she's never had a ponytail. Yeah, I do remember Aphrodite's. That was interesting and got me thinking, too. His was very interesting. I mean, here, let's watch one. I want to check this one out real quick, just because I haven't seen it, but if it's boring, I'm going to change it to Aphrodite. I need to go here in a second, but I'm just curious about this one to check it out because I've never seen it.
Sure. I did want to say before we started that any and all readings that we do.
Hi, everybody. It's Isabella Johnson, and I'm here with Geraldine. We're going to be doing a new case today. Geraldine, you want to tell us a little bit about who this is for?
Sure. I did want to say before we started that any and all readings that we do are alleged for entertainment purposes only, and that anything discussed in this is opinions of Isabella's and mine. So this case is Summer Wells. She was age 5 when she went missing, and she has been missing since June 15th of 2021.
That's a long time for that aged child.
Right.
Okay. So we'll kind of do this much like I do the other readings that I do. I will not make a lot of eye contact with the camera. Looks like I'm looking around. I may close my eyes a little bit for this. I'm just going to start from the beginning. And Geraldine, I think, has some information about this family or child. So she should be able to validate a little bit of what I'm getting. That's the hope anyway. Right, Geraldine?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm kind of scribbling notes as I do this. So just bear with me for a second. First thing I'm getting is just family really dysfunctional. I feel there might be some alleged drug use. I'm getting drug use. I'm not even going to go alleged. I think there's drug use. I don't know if there's employment issues with the family, feeling some poverty, kind of sketchy backgrounds. I mean, that's harsh to say, but it kind of feels like there's not a lot of stability in this family.
Okay, this was like over a year after Summer went missing, so I don't know how much I'm gonna like take serious this lady, but I will listen a couple more minutes. Because everybody would say that. Everybody would say, "Oh, alleged drug use." Everything she's saying is what people would have already known by August of 2022, and pretty much assumed, or just already. I mean, it was obvious that there was some. I mean, it wasn't the best atmosphere. Wasn't Ronnie's dad a big man with the Masons in Kingsport? If you could find some proof of that, that would be amazing. Haven't heard that, but I wouldn't doubt it.
It feels very rural to me, just very, very, very rural. Geraldine, is this a very rural location, like tiny town? That's since like very tiny town. Are you able to confirm that?
Yes, it's very rural where she lives.
Almost like, are there mountains, woods around this area? Because it feels like I can be plopped down in the middle of the woods almost.
Yes.
Okay. Feeling a lot of land. I just don't see neighbors or feel like there's a lot of neighbors around here. I'm getting other children in the home. Yeah, I don't know if there's another female, but I'm definitely getting males. They feel older. Is there a younger child, or are they just all older? Was Summer the youngest?
Yeah, I believe she was the youngest, and then there are 3 other children, and I believe they're older than her.
Okay,
all of them.
Okay, so so she would be the baby, because I could just keep hearing somebody go, "Oh, the baby." She's the baby.
How would we not know that this lady hadn't? You know what I mean? How? I don't know if this is that believable. I will watch it more, but like, how is she? This is a year after Summer went missing, or 14 months after Summer went missing, and so basically, is this like her friend? I don't know if I can believe that she didn't know this stuff. You know what I mean? But I'll keep going and give her a bit of the doubt.
Baby, something like this. I really just get a lot of inappropriate or adult behavior done around everyone, all the minors in that home. So maybe if you talk to family members, they might not feel that anything is abnormal about this. But to me, this just feels very inappropriate. So, is there drug history with this family, or?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe there was drug use around the family, the children. To be very clear, I know nothing about this case, Geraldine, and I messaged back and forth maybe 30 minutes this morning. I just asked a few questions of what I was getting. I really wanted to see if I felt that Summer was still living or not. I did get very highly sexualized in this family. It just felt inappropriate for the age group. It was just something about this child being sexualized. Geraldine, do you know if you can confirm that or not?
Yes, yeah, like there's things out on the internet that they talk about some things in the family that were like that. Where
it feels highly inappropriate, especially for that age.
Yes.
To me, I'm getting, I don't know, like everybody feels very minor child. Like maybe the oldest is 14, and I don't even believe that to be true. This is just highly inappropriate behavior,
right?
Or what the child assessment that this is unusual. I think they would probably argue that point, that it is absolute, this is normal. Nobody. So to me, that just means kind of like a history of abuse, or that, you know, when you're in your family and your family is very normal to you, then you go out in the world and it's like, oh, not everyone is like us. It feels like everyone about this family, every generation kind of is just dysfunctional. It just feels very dysfunctional. I just don't feel stability with this. None of it feels stability. I'm getting incarceration. But this actually, this feels past as well too. Okay. So I'm going to try and focus on, so Carolyn, you said June 15th.
Yeah, June 15th of last year.
I'm going to try to focus around that time period. Unfortunately, I do not feel the little girl is still a date that just doesn't feel right, or maybe pushed. I'm not as strong as I'd like to be on this, but I would not be surprised if something happened like June 14th. Just inappropriate sexuality. This feels very uncomfortable to me. I almost feel like maybe there was some injury that occurred around this.
So the June 14th, she mentions, yeah, I mean, my intuition tells me that too, though. My intuition tells me, not about the 14th until recently, but that it's sexual. Something sexual. It could be anything from, oh gosh, I don't even want to get into what I'm thinking. Like exactly. I mean, it could be anything from just pictures. Never mind. I do believe that there is it just makes me feel like it just feels like there is something sexual surrounding this. But yeah, this is a whole year later. But it's still interesting. It's still interesting to everybody should go subscribe to her. Here, I'll subscribe to her. At least since I'm playing her video, if you guys can, because she only has 705. I'm guessing she probably has a platform elsewhere, though.
I have heard of parents having shaken baby syndrome. I don't think she was shaken baby, obviously, at 5, but they would blame the accident or incident on something else. This kind of feels like that. All right, I do think she's in spirit. Shoot, okay. So I'm going to work backwards a little bit from this. This feels like it occurred in or around the home. I'm just getting accident. This does not feel purpose driven to me. It's like something that maybe would have happened 500 times in a row. And again, I'm going with inappropriate on this. Feels like this is the last time that it happened. Maybe there was too much weight on me, or maybe somebody had their hand over their mouth like this, or something. Maybe my neck got turned. I'm just feeling this feels very sudden to me. I don't feel an exaggeratedly long amount of time that it would have been suffering. I can't even say that, because what's happening to her, just again, I will use the word inappropriate. Use your imaginations on this. It just feels like there was abuse that occurred historically with this child, maybe become normalized. Maybe she disassociated from it in some way, but I'm like, it went wrong. There's rough housing, rough playing, but that feels very typical. When I see this little girl, she's almost like waif size to me, like it failure to thrive sense that I'm getting. She seemed underweight, undersized, something like that. And there was something with like clumps of hair missing. There's something like this, but it feels like a joke or a punishment, not something that she just feels very feminine. So why would I don't know if she pulled her hair out. I don't know, but it's like clumps of hair.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I believe this lady, like that she knew nothing about the case. I want to believe her because it would be, I want to believe her, of course. I mean, I don't know if I want to believe it actually, because the stuff she's saying is horrible. So actually, no, I mean, I wouldn't like this to be correct. But I wouldn't like to think that somebody would lie like this about a missing child. But people do all the time. Is that precious chaos? No. But I wondered if there's not, is it ancient knowledge? There is another channel that I wondered if was precious chaos because they sound exactly the same. But she swears that it's not her, so. Thank you for subscribing to her, Miss Peacock, just because I just feel better about it since I'm playing her video, you know.
Hair missing, there's shame, and that was used to shame her. She's such a happy little girl. Like, I just want to be positive, love me, like me type thing. And I just think whatever attention she got was the attention that she went after. But is there something with the hair?
Yeah, like the mom always said, it's like the missing poster. She's in this cute little red dress with her hair right underneath her chin. And then there's also pictures of her where her hair is super short, where it was buzzed. And from what her mom was saying in an open interview that is on the internet, okay, that because the mom would shave her head and the boys in the family had their head shaved, that Summer wanted this as well.
No, to me, it almost feels like mocking her. Oh, how about my haircut too? And it's like, whatever was done. This is not because she's showing me crying. I feel tears in my eyes. Like, I'm trying not to cry because I don't think crying it feels like an act of weakness. You'd be mocked or shamed in that family. Like, don't cry. This feels very protective of her, but she is showing me the tears welling up. She just looks very tiny to me, very, underweight for age, very thin. So I don't know, food was withheld on a regular basis, or there just wasn't food, or things were parsed out. It almost feels like subsistence living is what it feels like. Is there a lot of poverty in it? Not that it matters, but it just feels like this is a very poverty laden area. So I am going to transplant that onto the home as well too.
Yes, the home, it was
almost feels that feels ramshackle. Sorry for interrupting. Like, is a mismatch here? Like, a roof doesn't match, and it's like maybe floors are not even. Like, it's like building pieces. Honestly, it looks like things were just added on or built on when we needed more room. There's just not a lot of. This doesn't feel like a home in a subdivision. I'm saying I'm not sure why she's focusing so much on that. Is there water near this house? Like a pond, lake, something, swimming hole, something like this? Within a mile or two? Or a couple of miles?
Yeah.
Okay. This is bizarre, the things I'm getting, and I don't know the importance or if there is any of it, but it's almost like maybe the home didn't always have running water. Maybe the electricity wasn't always on. This feels like an unsafe place for a child to me. Okay, that's a judgment call on my part. I'm not making a judgment on anyone else's life choices, but the family doesn't feel supportive or cohesive in any of this. So she showed me land. Like, I just feel there's land, like wide open spaces. I'm not seeing other houses. I'm wondering where playmates are, and I'm assuming they've got to be siblings, cousins, nieces. I don't know. Just like this would be whoever is out and around. There's lots of screaming in this house, lots of loud noise, like everything. Television's on high decimal. It's just chaos. Just, I mean, people sitting on the floor sometimes. Like, I don't know what the furniture situation here, but it feels very sparse, to say the least. The bed. Let's go to the bed. Something. There's not a bed. There's not a bed. Something with the bed. Okay. I don't think she's on this property. I no longer think she's on the property, although I think whatever happened to her happened on this property around the water that she showed me, because there was a kind of an effort on her part to focus on water. But again, accident. It's like, I just can't breathe. I don't know if there's something with the neck or.
Where everybody calls the shed, or where I call it looks like a little house, or it's animal. It was initially built to feed animals in or something, according to RJ and some others. But I'm trying to think if that would be right by that. There's that creek down there. That creek probably did go right behind that shed or building. Who's done Sarah Saving Spirits? She did the dowsing rods though, doesn't she? I know everything she's saying is stuff that would have been known. So that's what makes it, if we could have, if we knew like this lady for a fact didn't know anything about the case, it would be very, she's just way too accurate for me to believe that this is, not researched prior. RJ, I think it's in the chat. Or he was. He's a new channel. His channel, he was on my panel a few days ago. If you go back a couple lives of mine, if one of the mods could drop his channel, or RJ, if you want to drop your channel, if you're still here. I'm curious if he's got to his 1,000 yet. Yeah, he's a local. Did you feel anything when you were there? No. I felt like I wanted to. Well, when I got the dog, yes. I'd be lying to say, oh, I felt so creeped out and stuff. But when when I went up on the property, yeah, I wanted out of there ASAP. It was so smoky and oh my God, so uncomfortable. And they were being weird too. And I was like, oh my God, I was afraid to look anywhere. Because I felt like they're, they know that a lot of people are looking at them as if they could be involved. So I felt like they were watching like what I was looking at and stuff. Maybe they weren't, but I felt like they were. So I just tried not to look around and stuff. I just went out there. Being weird, just like all of a sudden got really quiet and not talking, Rebecca. Like, Candace got all of a sudden it was like a light switch. I don't know. Sometimes she would go from, her personality would change, like with like a switch on a light. All of a sudden she got super quiet and didn't even say anything. Because she at PetSmart beforehand, I think it was PetSmart, we went to beforehand, and she was like much more talkative and joking with my daughter. But then when we got to the house, she just was like sitting in the chair, just sitting there and not saying anything. It was weird. And Dawn was sitting at the chair too, at it was like this little table that's like a plastic table, like a plastic with plastic top, wood or metal legs. I think that's what the type of table. It was just like those like folding chairs. I believe it was white and the chairs were white, with the metal legs, I believe. I think like they're the folding kind. But anyways, there's like, we were both all sitting there. Because that's also where the puppies were, right in that first room. And if I remember right, it seemed like there wasn't, like, the floor seemed like almost like a dirt floor. But I think it was more wooden. I don't think it was really dirt. I really didn't try to look around a lot because I was uncomfortable up there, but not anywhere else. I didn't feel like a weird feeling when I was looking at that shed or whatever, but I didn't get a weird feeling at the lake either, but I don't know. Is that something that if something happened there, would I have a weird feeling? I don't I don't know if I would. I think Candace opens up more with men, definitely. For sure. Whatever happened to the one chick who went to Tennessee to meet Chase? Not Nita, the other one. She used to be close to Benny, I think. They're like supposedly in a relationship, her and Chase. Are you talking about the one that used to come after me hardcore and like a couple other anybody who would cover Summer Wells? Like she would, oh my God, she was just horrible. She looked like a freaking she-devil, just evil. What was her name? I'm sure she's around still, just under a different name, but I've heard rumors that she's pregnant with Chase's baby and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, she went to Tennessee to be with Chase, and it's a love story made for the record books, I guess. What's her name, guys? Somebody will know here in a second. Yeah. Wood floor with dirt. Yeah. Peas in a pod. That's what it looks like. I'll think of the girl's name here in a second. Somebody will know. She what? Yeah, Savage. Something But I'm trying to remember what her real name was, or if we found out her real name. I was able to get her location because she was like hardcore going after me, and I was able to trick her into clicking a link, and I was able to get her location. That was a long time ago. Not trick. Lizzie B. Savage. There you go, Lizzie. You would have to be able to be with Chase. Yeah. Can you imagine? They would be like those two together, just like the criminal. She's the type, though, that would put up with somebody like him. It's Lizzie, not Libby. Is Libby still around? I haven't heard anything of her recently. She used to have a channel and stuff, or she might still. I haven't checked. Is Libby still around? Lizzie Borden. Yeah, is Trixie still around? I don't know about some people are around one day and then you don't hear from for a long time. No. First of all, no. I don't see I would do that again, Wood Fairy. It's a time thing just because I didn't know that we would have to go up there. I should have figured that because they were little puppies. They weren't going to take them down to the bottom of the drive, but I guess I don't know why I didn't really think that through, that I would have to go up to the house. But yeah, no, I wouldn't do that again. As far as going up to the house, not by myself, no. By myself or with my daughter, no. If I was with somebody, like, maybe. She's a weirdo for real. Yes, she is.
She's just kind of showing me your head, press the floor, and like something over her. Does this make any sense, or we're not going to be able to validate that? She's not recovered,
well,
right?
the water makes sense because they're in the timeline of what the mother gave. There is a video. Okay. I don't know how much you want me to go through the timeline.
Just if you can tell me.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you about this place. Okay, so according to the video that was shown, according to the mom that day, there was this portion in the swimming hole. That's what they called it, a swimming hole.
Okay.
And she's in the water.
Like out in the woods, kind of, or like, is the swimming area not in a very populated area either?
You know what? I'm not sure about that. I think it is not in a very populated area.
To me, it feels like the only way you're going to know about this place is if you live there. If you've grown up there, it's not like a city swimming pool. That's not what I'm getting.
No. And the thing is like we would look at it. It was one thing like a lake or something, but they don't call it that there. They
Okay.
call it a swimming hole.
Okay.
So,
Okay. But like there's green around there. So I don't know if a tree is leaning over and kids could
yes.
jump out of the tree onto this. Like this is feels very country rural.
Yes.
It's just kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and this is hot, and I'm hearing like cicadas, things like that. Because this is just a regular day. I wonder if something didn't happen there. So there are brothers.
Yes.
She just keeps going accident. She's not on the land. She's not. Has the home been searched?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure
right?
that the cops went in there. They got a bunch of stuff. I think that they had
Land
2
and
dogs come
property has
in.
been searched. It doesn't feel like that's where she is. Because now the little girl is showing me people on 4-wheelers, quads, things like that. Just be looking. Lots of dogs. She's just showing me dogs. And there's dogs. I love this because I love my dogs. Like I just hear dogs everywhere. But these are like, I don't know if they're pets. Like they're pets. Because I know these dogs. Like there's.
Do you want me to answer
wild
that?
Dogs. No. Let me just get
because it's crazy. You just said that.
But like. And it's like these dogs may not even have a bowl. Like if there's leftover food, I'm throwing this out. It's kind of so it's like that kind of thing with the dogs. So she just showed me dogs all around. Like the dogs would have barked. Somebody would have noticed this, she said.
Yes.
Okay. So like this, whatever was told to law enforcement, BS. I'm gonna try real hard not to curse about this. Like it just feels totally made up, fabricated. There's someone else involved. There's an older female. Was she with mom that day?
Yeah, she was with mom that day.
There's another female. There's like a grandmother, aunt, something like this. It's like there's another older female there.
It's her grandmother.
But this woman is like not like a warm, cuddly kind of here, let me nurture you that I would think of that person to be. Like it's kind of like the mom, like very harsh, succinct, like crass. Like there's laughing at misfortune of others. Oh, this is so messed up. Am I right on that?
Yes.
If you're aware of these people chain smoke again, not complaining. But like I just feel lots of like nothing about this feels healthy or supportive. So again, I go back to this does not feel like a great environment for children.
I will say that's what, of course, when I was there, it was after the boys were taken and stuff, but it's no surprise that the house was, the most uncomfortable, I mean, really, the smoke was so bad, but I mean, it was so bad for me. It was really, really bad. I couldn't take it. That's the main, it gave me a headache. I remember specifically, it was making me sick. It was so bad. But I don't know, but it was also uncomfortable just being there because, Candace got kind of weird, and they wouldn't, they were looking, I don't know. They just got weird kind of and quiet. Yeah, I wouldn't do that again. Wood Ferry. People got involved in the ring and connections to the hospital. Snuck Summer into the sick room. Yeah. Not very. Definitely missed out on some things.
The little girl's going, the story wasn't true. So I don't know what that means. So to me, I'm getting this happened maybe somewhere else. But again, don't know what the water hole has to do with it. I think her remains are not on the family property. This is a big space, she's saying. And she can walk to these places. I do not believe there's an outhouse, but like this is the kind of visual that I'm getting. Like it would be like that. She showed me she can walk to these places, but it feels like I'm on this not flat, but kind of mountainy terrain where like things might have a little lookout here. People would have seen her, she said. If this was true, people would have seen me. I have no clue what that means. And the dogs seem important to this some way. I'd search around the lake. I'd search, and now she's showing me dirt roads. Are there dirt roads around here, like red dirt?
You know what? I'm not sure.
Like clay. It actually looks like clay to me, like this red dirt. Like if I'm driving in my car, there's going to be lots of dust kicked up around this. There's lots of trees. This is not a populated area. But again, if you live in that area, you'd know this area. I'm just getting her in a vehicle. Almost feels like an old Jeep Grand Cherokee. I don't think it is, but like that's what it feels like to me. Because there's an area where you can lay down in the back in those.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wore seat belts. This feels like an older vehicle to me. Just looks like she's sleeping, but I'm just getting something in this area, head, neck. I don't know if she hit her head, her head was hit, throat strangled, drowned. I don't know what this is that I'm getting, but I do feel this child is deceased. I think the mom absolutely knows, whoever this older female is. She certainly knows, because I feel like we got to keep the secret. Like, we can't tell anybody. So everything that I get is not admissible in a court of law. I will just say that. I'm an evidential medium, so for me, I like things that we can go yes, no, or maybe to. So I don't know how we get that information on this. Geraldine, does the mom have a criminal history as well?
Yes.
So this is where she's kind of focusing, although I don't know the dad's blameless in any of this, because I do feel very, very, very inappropriate behavior going on in that home that I think maybe if it wasn't a blind eye, nobody cared. This was just so normal. Normalized this hypersexuality. It just feels very normalized with a little girl. I just feel victim with her. It's just the poverty with this. Those two do not always go hand in hand, and rarely do. But these are just the images that she's showing me. So I do feel now she's kind of showing me a bigger tree, which would be very challenging to find in the area that she showed me. So I'd like to get on Google Earth at some point in the next day or two and see if I can kind of pinpoint where this is that she's showing me. Were there no shoes? Was something with the shoes? Were there no shoes missing?
Oh, the shoes, I don't know.
Like, I think if somebody were to go, how many pairs of shoes do you have? Are any of them missing? Like, there's no shoes missing. How random is that? But something with the shoes. It feels important to this. Like, I couldn't have run off. Oh, was it said she ran off?
Yeah.
Was there thought that she ran off? Like, she couldn't have run off. Like, where were the shoes? And although she's got tough feet, and I don't think stepping on a rock or a briar would particularly injure.
Well, she didn't really. I don't think she really had shoes that. I mean, the shoes we saw her in were always like either mismatched, too big for her feet, so yeah, she probably did not have shoes on when she went missing. Her scent would be on the bottom of the shoes. Oh, you mean whatever they gave to law enforcement of what they said was Summers? You think that they gave something that wasn't really Summers? That's very possible, but gosh, you would think that law enforcement would be savvy to that, know that, not trust the parents completely and just take their word for it that was Summers' item. I mean, I don't know how else. Trying to think when I'm thinking about Summer's pictures. She did have some clothes that she did wear some girly clothes that were definitely that the boys definitely wouldn't have worn, obviously, or weren't. I am curious what they gave law enforcement for the dogs. Yep. I heard that too. And it makes sense, like why she was doing laundry that day too. I don't think that Candace was one that would always just, she just so happened to be doing laundry that day. It's odd. It's odd to me because I don't think it's just another coincidence, that she just so happened to be doing laundry that day. Oh, she just so happened to wash everything of Summers.
Her. She just told me that wasn't possible. I don't feel she was abducted. I don't, I just don't feel any of that. Like, I would say to me, this feels family involvement, or I would say that someone she knew in a very intimate way would have something more to do this. I'm getting kind of like just the cruelty, and I don't know if there's physical abuse, but to me, it just feels like being mean. Like, people are not nice to each other in this family. So I don't know if there's domestic violence stuff. It just feels like these people are not kind to each other. They have lots of chaos, lots of crazy, and she truly feels like she would just witness this all of the time. This just feels like normal. So when I can leave this place, it feels lighter, unless I'm leaving with the people that are always yelling and screaming. So that's not great. Is it assumed that she is deceased, or do you know?
I don't know if that's such a big question mark in this. It's like, was she abducted? Was she killed?
I do not.
You know,
I don't feel that she could have been abducted at all. I don't know if mom didn't work, or if there was whoever this older lady is kind of there. I just think with a rural area that she's showing me, and so isolated, that's the better word to use. Isolated.
Yes.
How do you get there? So I think you could walk. Is there woods?
Yes.
I think maybe you could walk through the woods, but like, the dogs are going to hear you, or the people are like, it just feels, because I'm not saying security system, but it does feel like you kind of notice. Wait, so she was showing me somebody like voyeuristically in the woods, male. Can't pinpoint an age on this, but it's not current. It doesn't feel contemporary. Are there other family members that live close by to this area?
I'm not sure about like other family members.
I feel family would have maybe kind of been localized, and I don't know all my family. But I'm feeling, or maybe people call, oh, that's your uncle. Maybe it's not the uncle, that's your cousin. I don't know, but I'm just getting there. People that would have been referred to, he's like cousin, uncle, something like this. It would have been in close proximity. This guy, the man that she's showing me in the woods, this is interesting, but again, I do not feel this has anything to do. Wait. I'm going to go focus on this male that she's showing me. I don't know that there's a connection with her at this point, but she's focusing on it. This age is going to be tough, but I'm going to go under 45. I probably want to go closer to 35, but I'm giving myself a little gap there. I think he's got a sexual criminal history. So I don't know, indecent exposure, molestation, probably. What state did you say this was in?
I didn't tell you, but this is Tennessee.
Oh, so the only reason why I'm asking is in most states have a database of sexual offenders. I know any place where I have lived, like you can look online and see sexual offenders. So that might be an area where I want to focus too, just to see the connection that she's showing me. But this feels like somebody that's going to have that kind of, she's just showing me watching. Wait, so I'm standing in the front of the yard looking at this house off in the woods. Like there's an opening. This person's off in the woods. He's touching himself. And it's voyeuristic, something with this. The older lady knows this guy. The mom knows this guy too. Is there a grandparent or something that lives like? Is this family like that?
The grandmother lives on the property in a trailer, her own separate like little trailer from the house.
Does the grandmother have other children? So does the grandmother have more than just whatever child this is?
You know what? I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure if like any.
Okay. I don't know that there's a familial relationship here, but it feels like it would perhaps. And again, I'm not accusing anybody. This is just the information I'm getting. I'd like to do more research on what I'm getting now that I'm doing this. I won't speak for myself. I know I cannot speak for Geraldine on this because she's the one that gives me these cases. I know nothing about this going in. What time was it last night when you asked me? And I'm in California. So it was probably 7 or 8 my time. So I don't know what time it was. I'm thinking probably at least 2 or 3 hours ahead.
It was probably like nine my time, 7 yours.
So I have like had no information on this, went to sleep, got up 7 this morning and began to kind of just see what I could get. So this is not, I don't feel the person that she's showing me had anything to do with this event, but I do feel again that inappropriate behavior. I will do some own personal research on this, see if I'm incorrect or wrong, which I would love to be on this. So at this point, I do not feel that she is still alive. I do not feel that her physical body is within 4 or 5 miles of the home. Please don't use that number. It just feels like whatever. Is this like a lot of land?
Yeah.
So on that land, I don't think this child is on the land. So whatever land the family had, I don't think it's on that land. God, she shouldn't be like born and things like that in a home. But this is not good. This family just has a lot of historic abuse. It has a lot of historic abuse. It just feels like this is kind of their normal. Don't feel like she's there. The water seems to be important. This place good. This family just has a lot of, I don't think it's on that land. God, she shouldn't be like born and things like that in a home. But this is just not.
I had to replay that because I couldn't hear what she said. I thought she said porn, but that's gross that somebody was, I don't know who could the person in the woods be? That's so crazy that she came up with that, but how the hell did she get the laundry done, fix food, put groceries, plant flowers, help her mom, and everything else she had to do in just a few hours? Yeah, because probably it was planned, so she had more than a few hours, so, that's why. I'm guessing because it was known beforehand, so she actually had more than a few hours. Hate to think that both the parents, like Candace, was completely aware. It's just, where's Jose in all this? I don't know. It might, Jose was gone 8 months before. She had one load and it was probably still wet in the washer. Yeah.
This is not good. This family just has a lot of historic abuse. It just feels like this is kind of their normal. Don't feel like she's there. The water seems to be important. This place where I swim with the trees, it's not mud, but like it's not there's not a swimming pool here. And again, like the red dirt that she shows me being kicked up, like clay, almost feels like clay. I'd be interested to know if there's like red clay in that area or dirt that looks.
Are
like
you talking
clay.
about? Are you talking about at the swimming pool?
Yeah, leaving there or around that area. So maybe the whole town. Weird. There would be red clay in it. I don't know, but it's like, it's not black dirt. She's not showing me. It might be brown, but yeah, to me it feels like an orange color that she's showing
like a
me.
more reddish.
Yeah. So that's. But then I'm on this road that I don't think two cars could pass at the same time, or if they could, it'd be a tight squeeze. So like rocks would be kicked up, lots of dust. So I think that seems to be important here. I do think law enforcement is very actively involved. So even if they're not saying anything, I think they're continuing. This feels very active with law enforcement at this point still. So maybe like state agencies, FBI, things like that. I don't know, the FBI. Like I just feel this is bigger than local police. And there's something with the shoes, like shoes missing, shoes not found. People have been back to this location where this occurred several times. I don't know if they cleaned up anything. What's to clean up? Like a cup, socks. She left her socks there. Her socks were left there. So maybe this happened by the water. Were there other people there with her? Were there any siblings there or older male relatives?
Mom is friends with someone, her son.
Okay. Again, I would really want to look at that a little bit more carefully. Unfortunately, I do not hold out a great deal of hope that she will be recovered alive. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. Geraldine, is there anything else you want to ask or anything that would be important for me to look for or look at?
Well, I mean, no. Obviously,
I'm interrupting this
go ahead.
because I feel like if these parents seem so much bickering that it's almost like if either of them felt that they had something on the other, I'd thrown it out by now. I just feel like those loose lips. There's not a lot of thought into what's being said. It feels very reactive. They feel very reactive. I mean, just lots of chaos. Maybe there's some, I don't want to go addiction, but there does feel to be substances involved in this. So it just, again, not with that stability. So I think if somebody, like they know this person, Okay. All right. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
No, you're fine. Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, I don't know. I do want to tell you about the dogs though, because that totally tripped me out when you said that.
Okay.
But people will drop their dogs off. Like just if they don't want the dog anymore, they'll literally drop it off at this house. And they have like 40 dogs running around this property.
See, that so actually in reality is my dream scenario, but I think I would take very good care of these dogs. Like she's just showing me like dogs here. It's almost like this pack of dogs or these wild dogs. It's like if
but
they would tear into it.
Everybody says that though. Like if an abductor came up, those dogs are barking.
I didn't even think that. To me, it was just like there's dogs everywhere. I feel like they'd be licking me, but that's my experience with dogs. It's probably not everybody. Like it's just like somebody would have followed her. The dog. Like I just think, even if they're not pets that you sleep with every night or that you've got a good routine with, they're gonna follow this little girl. None of them followed her. And like I could feel like dogs of some sort could locate her if she was on that property. They're not there. She's not there.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I think I'm going to do, Geraldine, is take a little bit, several hours probably, I'm going to look up now that, do you feel that I got some accurate information? Let me ask that first.
Oh, for sure. And another thing I wanted to do too, because you said, another thing I wanted to say was she said that the story was not correct. Like you were like, I don't know what that means, but her mom made up this whole timeline of that day of June 15, 2021. It was like they were out the whole day.
I don't know that it happened that day. I just am going back to this might happen. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. Like if somebody were to say mom was cleaning the house, I'd be like, lie. Or like that would be easily disproved, or getting my hair done. Probably not true. Getting my nails, like these things don't, whatever the story is.
And then the story changed though, because it was like one thing at first. And then I think the mom kind of got backlash, and then they started doing all these interviews and all these podcasts. And so things have changed. So everyone's like, what is it? You know? So obviously, you know, the timeline's not.
The sense that I'm getting, and I don't need to know. I think the less I know is probably better. Whatever the story is that whichever parent gave just feels so ludicrous for this home, ludicrous for this situation. It's like ridiculous. It would be if somebody asked me when I was climbing Mount Everest. Whatever this woman said she was doing, or the dad, it was like, she didn't do stuff like that. Like that just doesn't happen. So that's really the sense that I'm getting with that.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, I will look and see. I think especially, you said Tennessee?
Yeah, they're in Rogersville, Tennessee.
So I will look and see, just like sexual offender. Do you know what county that is?
Oh, Rogersville? No, I don't know.
So maybe there's a list, because everybody feels in this local area. I'm not seeing people driving in from 100 miles, 200, like everything feels very localized.
I think the police did look into this, because they, you know, in the beginning of this, everyone was like, what happened? You know, was she abducted? Was it, you know, a family member? Was it whatever? So I think that the cops did look at other people, like the SA offenders, you know, in the area.
What's that mean?
Sexual offenders in the area.
Sorry.
So,
but I feel like if I were to look at like the website, you know, I mean, Arizona has a database of sexual.
Oh yeah, the
California,
database.
it's like that. So I would want to look at the county, because it feels like these people all know each other. Like this feels very, again, country, not in a bad way, but just like everybody seems like they know each other forever. So you couldn't have a stranger in the town without 1,000 people going, oh my God, did you see that car driving down? It feels like that to me.
Yeah.
So like it just could be somebody on the outside, almost impossible. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Good.
All right.
So this was Isabella Johnson, the soul reading medium. Okay, Isabella is a renowned soul reading medium, medical, intuitive, spiritual, and inspirational speaker. Isabella's passion is connecting her clients with spirit. Please follow at Facebook Isabella Johnson, the soul reading medium, or visit website. Damn. She's expensive. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look in to see who this lady is if she, but her prices for mediumship for an hour is $400. $400. My readings are $20. Which I haven't, no. That's what I have it set to. I haven't sold one yet, but no, 90 minutes, $600. Soul reading, $400. Remote healing, $150 for 30 minutes. Pet mediumship, 30 minutes for $150. And then pet remote healing. Yeah. Let's see, what else does she? people had to have 1,000, or did they change it to 500 subscribers for community wall? Well, I mean, if she can come up with that close to stuff, it seems like she knew the case. Like everything she said was all like spot on. And that's amazing if she really didn't know anything about it. But how can we know for sure, you know? And I don't. Susan Powell. Who's Susan Powell again? Oops, I didn't want to do that. Susan Powell. Who is she? Fortune cookie, $2. Oh my gosh. Well, guys, I'm going to go. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. We've been on here for 4 hours. Her channel is once again Soul Reading Media. Here, I'll put the link in the chat again. Isabella Johnson. That's her link. Looks like I have mascara. But I have this reading. Oh my gosh, it's almost 3 a.m. I'm back on a horrible schedule, which I can't be doing right now. Anyways, husband killed the 2 boys and himself. Let me look up Susan Powell. Yeah, I don't. Okay, that guy looks familiar. I don't know if you guys could. Let's see if I can. No, it's going to be way too bright. American missing person from West Valley City, Utah, whose disappearance and presumed murder, as well as the subsequent investigation events, garnered national media attention. Susan's husband, Joshua, was named a person of interest in the investigation into her disappearance, but was never charged. On February 5th, 2012, Joshua killed himself and their 2 young sons in a murder-suicide after custody of the boys had been awarded to Susan's parents. Okay. On May 21st, 2013, the West Valley City Police closed their active investigation into Susan's disappearance, stating that they believe Joshua murdered her and that his brother Michael, who also committed suicide in February 2013, after suspicion grew around him, had assisted him in concealing her body. Since then, there have been repeated attempts to have Susan legally declared dead. So, I do kind of remember it. Creepy father-in-law. Oh, yes, the creepy father-in-law who was like in love with his son's wife. Okay, I remember that whole situation. I remember that. Yes. I think we during one of my lives, we looked into that case like a long time ago. Definitely over a year ago. They never find her. Why do you think that? I mean, they haven't found her yet, so. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm going to, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'll go live on my backup channel for this reading, because I have to do this reading for Taurus. Maybe I'll do it live. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, she was beautiful, and the father-in-law was just like major creep-tastic. Shush. Come here. You want to say hi to the people or bye to the people real quick? Bye. Boo boo, says boo boo. Caitlin named her when she was Caitlin or him. Sorry, I would say her. Caitlin named him. He came wandering up on me and Jim's porch in West Virginia. Very, very tiny thing. I don't think he was old enough really to. I don't know what happened with his. He came up by himself, and I started feeding him. He ate right out of my plate, and I was like, "Oh." We ended up keeping him, and Caitlin named him. I go, "Caitlin, what do you want to name him?" She picked Boo, and that would have been, gosh, 2015. Had it, Boo Boo a long time. Yeah, well, Boo Boo's, so Boo Boo would be like 7 or 8. I have to look back at like Google pictures to really know exactly what year it was. I guess I'm a bad pet owner. I don't celebrate pets' birthdays really, or I don't know. I would have known like what year he was born because he was just a tiny thing when he came up on my porch. And a little fluff ball. All right, good night, guys. Mwah. Talk to you later. See you tomorrow for sure.